Hello everyone. You are listening Darkwood Tales podcast, and I am here to tell you true deep wood stories. Close your eyes and enjoy. I knew I'd gone too far when the radio crackled into silence, and the trees thickened into a kind of breathing wall. My Jeep hummed along the gravel edge of the old Natchez Trace Parkway, tires crunching over patches of loose stone and dry pine needles. Somewhere behind me, the last cell phone signal had vanished like a breath into winter air. There were no more signs, no more houses, just the road curling like a spine through an endless procession of trees that didn't seem to move with the wind but watched instead. The map said there was nothing out here. No structures, no trails, no maintenance posts. Still, I'd seen something out the corner of my eye, just past mile marker 47. Something crouched low and dark between the tree trunks. Something that hadn't looked entirely man-made. I pulled over without thinking. My engine clicked. As it cooled, I stepped out, and the forest swallowed the sound of my boots almost instantly, muffling everything beneath a ceiling of green shadow. It smelled like wet bark and old iron. There was something sharp underneath it too, like meat left out too long in the sun. That's when I saw it. Half buried in the gloom, maybe 20 yards off the road, a cabin. No path led to it. No worn grass or tire tracks. Just a shallow indent in the underbrush, like the forest had tried to erase it. I didn't remember seeing it on satellite photos when I prepped this trip, and that unsettled me more than it should have. I couldn't explain it. But the cabin didn't look found. It looked like it had been unearthed. It sagged under its own weight, the roof slouching inward, like a spine gone brittle with age. Thick ropes of moss hung from the eaves, swaying slightly, even though I couldn't feel any breeze. The wood was dark, almost black in places, blistered by rain and age, eaten through by veins of creeping mold. There was no smoke, no scent of life, only that fetid smell of rot and wet stone. The cabin wasn't abandoned so much as rejected by everything around it. I took one step closer, and every crow in the trees behind me exploded into flight. Their cries weren't angry or startled. They sounded like warning bells rung with broken fingers. My heartbeat jerked sideways. Still, I kept walking. The ground here felt soft, like sponge soaked in something thick. I didn't look at the soil. I didn't want to see what color it was. The windows of the cabin were black, not from darkness, but from something smeared across the inside. Dirt, maybe, or blood. The door was sealed shut, with boards warped from age, nailed into place from the inside. That stopped me cold. I stepped back without realizing it. Why would someone seal themselves in? The nails were old but not ancient. Rust had begun to bloom on them, but not enough to disguise the urgency of their placement. They'd been hammered in fast, hard, panicked. I crouched near the threshold, listening. The forest was silent again, not quiet. Silent. Even the bugs had stopped. I pressed my hand against one of the boards. It was cold, colder than the air. My fingers came away sticky with something that wasn't sap. I didn't smell blood, but I smelled something worse. an earthy, metallic stench that clung to the back of my throat, like bones soaked in sewage. I turned, half expecting someone to be watching from the trees, but there was no one, just the lean of trunks that hadn't been leaning a moment ago. They curved toward the cabin slightly, like they were craning to hear something or whisper something. I blinked hard. I was tired. Had been driving too long. That's what I told myself. I looked back at the door. There was something carved into the wood near the handle. Not words, a symbol, circular, almost like a spider web. But wrong, too angular, too precise. I didn't recognize it from any of the folklore texts. I took out my phone to photograph it, forgetting I'd lost reception. The camera refused to focus. The image shimmered on the screen like heat off pavement. Then it went black. The wind picked up. Then, or what I thought was wind, but the sound didn't come from the trees. It came from beneath the cabin, a dragging sound, slow. Wait. Something heavy and soft, pulling itself across dirt and stone. I stumbled back, pulse hammering, stomach lurching. The sound stopped. I held my breath, waited. Nothing. I should have left then. I should have gotten in my car and driven until I hit pavement and streetlights and the hum of electricity. But I didn't. Something held me there. Curiosity, maybe, or guilt. I'd brought Carl out here. I'd pushed for this trip. It followed the legend like it was a breadcrumb trail instead of a warning. And now I was standing in front of a place no map claimed, watching trees lean in like eavesdropping giants, staring at a door nailed shut from the inside. Behind me, I heard Carl coming down the slope, breathless from the hike. He paused beside me and stared at the cabin. They were trying to keep something in, he said. His voice shook a little. Then the door creaked, only a hair, just enough for a whisper of cold to seep through the cracks in the boards and snake across my skin. Something inside the cabin exhaled. Carl stood perfectly still, staring at the faint gap where the door had breathed out. I don't know if it was the cold or fear, but he didn't speak again. I stepped forward, just enough to see through one of the side windows, and the inside of the cabin was pitch black, not just shadowed, but devouring all light. Like the glass itself refused to reflect. My breath caught in my throat, and I tasted something bitter, copper, spoiled air, and rust. I asked Carl if he had his flashlight, though I wasn't sure why I wanted to see more. He didn't answer. When I turned, he was kneeling in the dirt, fingers pressed flat to the soil, like he was listening through it. "It's humming," he whispered. "Can't you feel it?" I knelt beside him, and the moment my palm touched the ground, something shifted beneath the surface. A pulse, a twitch, something alive deep under the cabin. I yanked my hand back and stood. "We shouldn't be here," I said. But Carl was already walking around the side of the cabin, pushing vines aside, muttering about symbols. I followed him reluctantly, brushing cobwebs that clung too easily to my sleeves. The rear of the cabin had no door, but there was a small hatch near the ground, rotted and crooked, hanging on one rusted hinge. A cellar entrance, maybe, though there were no steps, just a black hole leading into a space beneath the floorboards. Carl ducked low and peered inside. "It's hollow," he said, "but not empty." I asked what he meant, and he turned to me with wide eyes. "Something's breathing in there." The air around us grew thick, like the forest was exhaling heat. I felt sweat on my neck. Despite the cool morning, I stepped closer, crouched beside him, and leaned in. The smell that poured out of that dark hole hit me like a slap. Wrote, iron, and something else. Something sweet. Something dead. I grabbed his shoulder. But Carl didn't flinch. He was staring into the dark with a kind of awe. "This is older than anything we've found," he said. "Older than the stories." I started to argue, but the ground beneath us shuddered. Just once, just enough for dust to rise from the cabin's foundation and hang in the air like ash. I looked up and saw the trees leaning again. Closer now, their shadows overlapping until they formed a curtain of darkness around us. Then I heard it. Not from the cellar. From above, a soft skitter across the roof. Not birds. Too heavy. Not raccoons. Too fast. I saw Carl's head snap upward, and we both froze. The sound moved again across the roof, to the far end, then back. Something was circling up there, waiting. And then something fell. Not loud. Just a thump. Then the sound of something dragging itself across the rotted wood inside the cabin. The door didn't open. It bowed just slightly. Boards flexed inward, like something inside had leaned against it. Carl stood slowly, eyes fixed on the hatch. "It's awake now," he said. I backed away, toward the trees, heart pounding. The forest made no sound, not even wind. The silence was absolute. Then something flashed behind the cellar opening. Not light. Eyes. 2 of them. Red. Glowing. There for just an instant. And then gone. We didn't speak for nearly a minute. I could hear Carl's breath quicken as he pulled away from the cellar hatch and wiped his palms on his jeans like they'd touched something slick. I kept my eyes on the spot where the red flashes had appeared. I knew what I saw. 2 eyes, wide apart, too far from the ground to belong to any small animal. But it wasn't just the glow. It was the way they watched, not with curiosity, with recognition. Carl broke the silence first. "We have to mark this. We have to come back. We can't lose the spot." He sounded more manic than afraid now, which worried me more than anything. I asked him if he'd seen the eyes too. Just started pulling a bright orange cloth from his pack and tying it around the broken limb of a nearby pine. I should have left right then. I should have dragged him back to the jeep and peeled out of there like something was chasing us. But I didn't. I stood there, eyes flicking from the cellar hole to the bowed cabin door, heart drumming against my ribs like it wanted to escape without me. I stared at the trees, how they leaned just a little more than before, like they were eavesdropping on our breath. Carl snapped a photo of the strange spiderweb-like symbol on the door and checked his camera. Blurry again, he muttered. Same as your phone? I nodded. Something about that cabin didn't want to be recorded. The symbols weren't painted, I realized, but carved, deep, precise, like they'd been gouged into the wood with something clawed instead of metal. He stepped around the side again, muttering about sketches and tracing paper. And that's when I noticed the clearing, not far behind the cabin. Past a thin veil of moss and hanging limbs, the trees opened into a nearly perfect circle. The undergrowth stopped there, like it had been stripped clean or burned back. No stumps, no signs of tools, just an unnaturally clear, open ring about 20 feet across. I called Carl over, and he followed my gaze. That's not on the topographical survey, he said, already pulling out his field notebook. He moved toward it, too fast, almost drawn. I caught up and pulled him back, whispering his name. Something about that space felt wrong. My scalp prickled. The air inside the circle shimmered faintly, like heat mirage, but the day was cool, still. We stepped closer, and the change was immediate. The air inside the circle was heavier, dense, harder to breathe. The smell shifted too, from moss and mold to something faintly sweet and sour, like fermenting fruit. There were no insects, no birds, no sound but our own breaths. Carl knelt again and ran his fingers across the dirt. His voice came out, a whisper. These aren't roots, he showed me, a network of pale, pulsing veins just beneath the surface, too organized, too smooth. Not plant, not mineral. Something else. They pulsed every few seconds, like a heartbeat beneath our feet. I think this is where it began, he said. That's when we heard the whisper. Not words exactly, a cadence, a breath, like something exhaling syllables from inside the soil. It came from everywhere at once. From the trees, the ground, the cabin behind us. I turned slowly. The trees at the edge of the clearing had tilted more, bent, as if bowing toward the circle, toward us. Carl stood, backing toward me, his eyes wide. It's listening, he said. The forest is listening. I didn't argue. I grabbed his arm and we left the circle. As soon as we stepped beyond the edge, the sounds returned. The distant calls of crows, the rustle of branches, but nothing felt normal. The jeep wasn't far, but somehow the trail back took twice as long. Branches that hadn't been there before scratched at our arms. The light felt dimmer. We didn't speak until we reached the vehicle. Carl turned to me before climbing in. We need to come back. We need more equipment. I nodded, even though every part of me screamed to never return. But I was a professor. And so was he, and whatever was in that cabin, whatever was under the circle, it was older than the maps, older than the soil, and we had awakened it. As we drove away, I looked in the rearview mirror. The trees were still leaning, and something was standing just beyond the cabin's shadow. Its eyes flashed red, then vanished. We came back 3 days later. We told ourselves we were better prepared. Extra batteries, topographical gear, soil kits, audio recorders, Carl even brought a ground-penetrating radar unit. He borrowed from a friend at the university. We loaded it all into the Jeep, like it would protect us, like tools and logic could map something that didn't want to be found. The drive was quieter this time. The trees started leaning again, at the same point, somewhere past mile marker 45. It wasn't just the shape of them, it was their posture, the way their trunks bent inward, as if they were huddling around something that pulsed at the center. The forest had a weight now, an invisible pressure that pressed against the glass of the windows. We parked in the same pull-off, but the trail through the underbrush was gone, not overgrown, just gone, like it had been erased. We made our way back by memory and instinct. The forest didn't feel silent this time. It felt like it was listening harder. The cabin waited for us. Unchanged, same rotting timbers, same moss-choked roof, same boards, still nailed shut from the inside. I didn't look at the door too long. I didn't want to see if the boards had shifted. Carl set up the radar array, and I unpacked the microphones. We placed them near the foundation, just close enough to the cellar hatch to catch any low-frequency vibrations. The smell was worse this time. Sweet, rotting, cloying. It settled in the back of my throat and stayed there. We started the scans. The equipment whirred quietly, sweeping pulses into the soil beneath the cabin. At first, it was just static. Faint impressions. Then Carl's voice snapped me out of my haze. "There is movement." I looked at his screen. The depth return showed a mass beneath the cabin. Not rock, not root, a hollow pocket. Maybe 5 feet down, and something inside it that shifted. "Living?" I asked. He didn't answer. I turned to the trees, and my stomach twisted. They were leaning closer, all of them, like some great wind had bent their backs toward us, but there was no breeze, no sound, not even birdsong. I backed away from the scanner and stepped toward the circle. It was still there, still empty, still perfect, but the ground inside it looked different. The veins beneath the soil pulsed stronger now, faster. I crouched near the edge and listened. There it was again, that whisper, a breath made of syllables. Words I couldn't understand, but this time, it wasn't alone. There were other voices, layers of them, rising and falling beneath the soil like a distant buried choir. Carl called to me, and I turned. He was staring at something beneath the cabin, just under the lip of the hatch. I followed his gaze. Roots, but not roots. Long, sinewy things, pale as bone, writhing slowly through the loose soil. They weren't growing. They were searching, feeling their way toward the edge of the foundation, like blind fingers. Carl stepped closer, crouched low with his camera. I told him not to, but he didn't hear me, or pretended not to. He reached out, just barely, holding the lens a few inches from the nearest tendril. That's when it snapped toward him. Fast. Too fast. He fell back hard, gasping, the camera spinning off into the leaves. The tendril retracted, twitching. Carl scrambled away on his hands and knees, white as a sheet. I grabbed his arm, pulled him to his feet. The scanner behind us was going haywire now, every screen flashing, every signal bouncing like a heart in panic. We backed toward the tree line. But the forest had changed. The underbrush was thicker. The light was wrong. Shadows moved the way smoke moves, slow, curling, rising from ground that should have been dry. Then the whispering stopped. We froze. Every tree was still. Every sound was gone. And from inside the cabin, behind that nailed door, we heard it. A skittering, slow, heavy, like something with too many legs dragging itself toward the sound of our breathing. Carl looked at me. His voice cracked. It knows we're back. We ran. Branches clawed at our jackets. Roots tried to trip our steps. The forest wasn't just alive. It was aware. We reached the jeep. Breathless, shaking. I looked back once. The cabin was still there, but something stood on its roof. Eyes like coals, legs like shadows. Watching, we didn't speak on the drive back. Not even once. Carl kept fiddling with the busted scanner in the passenger seat, muttering things I couldn't hear. Every so often, he'd stop and stare out the window like he was waiting to see red eyes blinking from the tree line. I kept my hands tight on the wheel and tried not to look in the rearview mirror. Back at the motel in Ironvale, we unloaded the gear in silence. The town felt colder somehow, like the chill had followed us down from the trees. I could still feel the weight of the forest pressing on my shoulders. It stayed there even when I lay in the motel bed staring at the popcorn ceiling. At 2:17 a.m., I woke to the sound of Carl whispering. He was sitting at the desk with headphones on, one hand hovering over the laptop, like he couldn't bring himself to touch it. I asked what he was doing. He didn't answer. I climbed out of bed and crossed the room. He didn't even glance at me. He just pointed at the waveform on the screen, the audio feed from the microphones Wed left near the cabin. The recording was low, full of static, but something pulsed beneath it. A pattern. We listened. At first it was just noise, like wind buried in static. Then came the voice, faint, wrong, not human. It spoke a rhythm I couldn't place, syllables that twisted in my mouth when I tried to repeat them. Then another voice joined it, and another, dozens, maybe more, whispering in time with something moving. You could hear the scrape of limbs, the flecks of wood, the wet pull of something vast and old shifting under the floor of the world. Carl turned the volume up. I told him to stop, but he didn't. His eyes were glassy, red around the edges. It's calling to us, he said. We need to go back. I snatched the headphones from him. He snapped out of it, like he'd surfaced from a trance. He blinked, wiped sweat from his forehead, and looked at me, like he didn't know where he was. I asked if he'd been listening for long. He checked the time. 2 hours. He didn't remember hitting play. I copied the file onto a flash drive and shut the laptop. We needed to regroup. To think. I didn't want to go back. But I knew Carl would, and I couldn't let him go alone. I stepped into the bathroom. splashed cold water on my face. When I looked into the mirror, I froze. There were handprints on the inside of the glass, smudged, thin-fingered, as if something had been pressing against it from the other side. I opened the bathroom door and stared at Carl. He was writing in a notebook, pages covered in symbols I didn't recognize, spirals, lines, shapes that moved slightly when I wasn't looking directly at them. "Where did you learn that?" I asked. He looked up, confused. "What do you mean?" "I just copied what I saw." "Saw where?" He paused. "Then, the walls of the cabin." He hadn't told me that before. Neither of us had gone inside. I stepped outside for air. The street was empty. Not even a dog barking. The wind smelled of pine and something else. Something sharp. Copper. When I turned back to the room, Carl was at the window, staring out. His eyes were wide. "They're here," he said. I didn't ask who, because I'd already seen the shadow on the motel wall. Something spindly, twitching, almost human, but too tall, too segmented, like a shadow cast by a body with too many joints. It slid away when I blinked. Carl locked the door without a word. Outside, something scraped across the asphalt just once, like a hooked leg testing the ground for weakness. The next morning, I found Carl sitting outside the motel door, barefoot, shirtless, staring into the trees behind the parking lot, like he was listening for something buried in the wind. Dew clung to his arms. His lips moved without sound. I called his name, but he didn't look away. When I touched his shoulder, he flinched, like it burned him. His skin was ice cold. He blinked up at me with pupils blown wide, the whites of his eyes spider-webbed with red. "Did you hear it last night?" he asked. "I heard something," I said. "But I'm not sure it was real." He smiled, then a thin, haunted smile that looked borrowed. "It's always real out there." I pulled him inside, got him water, forced him to sit. He looked exhausted, like he hadn't slept, but his hands wouldn't stop twitching. He kept tracing that symbol, the web-shaped spiral from the cabin door, onto his thigh with one finger, over and over, like a reflex. I told him we needed to take a break, leave Ironvale, recalibrate, maybe go back to the university and analyze what Wade found in a safe space. Carl laughed. But it wasn't his laugh. It was too dry, too distant. It sounded like it had passed through layers of earth to reach me. "You still don't get it," he said. "This isn't a story in a book. It's not folklore, it's the root. The first shape. It's been waiting." I tried to argue. He didn't listen. He was already digging through his bag, pulling out notes, muttering phrases I'd never heard before, syllables sharp as broken teeth. I stepped back, heart climbing my throat. I was losing him. Later that afternoon, I left him in the motel and drove into town for supplies. The locals wouldn't meet my eye. A woman behind the gas station counter glanced at the compass tattoo on my wrist and whispered, It won't help you now. I hadn't shown the tattoo. Not even raised my sleeve. Back at the motel, I found the room dark. Carl had closed every curtain. The desk was covered in pages, drawings of trees with too many limbs, cabins bent into spirals, spiders with human faces. One page showed the outline of a man, split open like a cracked egg, something growing inside. The veins were wrong. They didn't radiate. They reached. I called for him. No answer. I found him in the bathroom, sitting on the edge of the tub, shirtless again, tracing lines on his chest with a ballpoint pen, the same symbol repeating again and again. His fingers were shaking. I can feel it, he said. It's under my skin, like it's building a map. I reached for his hand. He looked at me then, just for a second, and his eyes flashed red. Only an instant. A blink. Then they were normal again. But I'd seen it. I knew. He stood and wrapped himself in a towel like he didn't know what he'd been doing. And fine, he said. Just tired. But his voice didn't convince me. And when I checked the recording equipment, the files were gone. Not deleted. Not corrupted. Even the flash drive I'd hidden in my bag had been wiped clean, but the laptop was warm. Recently used. That night, I pretended to sleep. I watched Carl sit at the window, writing in that notebook by the light of the hallway outside. I could only see his silhouette, but something about it was off. His shoulders too still, his spine too straight, as if his body no longer remembered how to be human. At 3:11 a.m., he closed the notebook, stood up, and whispered to the glass, "It's time." Then he turned his head, and I swear to God, his eyes weren't looking at the parking lot. They were looking at the trees, and something in the darkness blinked back. I woke to the sound of Carl's boots crunching gravel outside. It was still dark. The motel clock said 4:03 a.m. I hadn't heard the door open, just the gravel, just the silence that followed it. I dressed fast and followed him, heart hammering like a warning drum. The air outside was thick with dew, the kind that clung to your skin like breath. Carl was already at the edge of the lot, facing the woods. Not the woods would come from. Different ones, behind the diner and the rusted water tower. These trees looked wrong in the moonlight, crooked in their growth, like bones bent the wrong way and still trying to walk. Carl, I called. He didn't turn, just took one step forward, and as he did, the trees seemed to part, not with sound or motion. They just weren't where they had been. Not a path opened, narrow and overgrown, but unmistakably deliberate. I would have sworn it hadn't been there yesterday, or ever. Carl stepped into it, like he'd known it all his life. I followed. The motel lights dimmed behind me, swallowed in fog. I could barely see 10 feet ahead. But Carl moved with purpose, weaving through branches and thorns that didn't touch him, but seemed to lean away, giving him passage. The deeper we went, the less the world made sense. The air was too still, too humid, like walking through breath that never escaped a mouth. Trees formed unnatural arches over us, their trunks fused together at the top, bark stripped in spiraling patterns. I smelled wet stone and mold and something sharp beneath it all. Something like decay, like teeth left too long in the earth. I whispered his name again. Still nothing. Then the forest changed. The trees widened, the path darkened, and the sound of water trickled somewhere close. I thought maybe it was a creek, but the smell said otherwise. The stench of blood, old, stale, clotted. We came to a clearing. Small, circular, perfectly symmetrical. Trees ringed the space like silent witnesses, every trunk marked with that same spiderweb symbol, carved deep and bleeding sap that shimmered red under moonlight. Carl stopped at the center, dropped to his knees, and he began to pray. Not to God, not in any language I knew. The words were wet, clinging sharp around the edges. They cut through the air like fishhooks dragged through flesh. I didn't step closer. I couldn't, because something was moving in the trees. Not just one thing. Many, limbs bending without sound, shapes sliding between trunks. Eyes red, then gone. Red again. Higher up now. Lower. Closer. Carl's prayer grew louder. Urgent, like a call. Or a surrender. Then the ground beneath him pulsed. Just once. Like something enormous had exhaled. He lifted his head, and the forest seemed to lean with him. He whispered, "It remembers me." And then, in the shadows behind the trees, something laughed. Not human, not animal, just wet and ancient and pleased. I didn't know whether to run or scream. Carl turned to me and said, "It wants to show us more." The trees opened again, revealing a new path I knew hadn't been there before. He started down it, and I followed, because the forest didn't leave me a choice. We followed the new path in silence, though silence doesn't feel like the right word for it. The deeper we went, the more the woods seemed to fill with a noise too low to hear and too constant to ignore. It was like standing beneath the hum of old power lines, except it came from the ground and the trees and the air itself. The noise had weight. It pressed against my ribs and made every breath feel like it had to fight to exist. Carl moved ahead of me, always just at the edge of the fog, his back impossibly straight. He didn't look around. He didn't speak. He didn't even seem to breathe. Every now and then, I saw his hand twitch toward his thigh, tracing the symbol again through his jeans like muscle memory had taken over. The forest shifted. 1 minute, we were walking a narrow trail, lined with twisted brush and moss-slick stone, and the next, we emerged into a clearing, so wide it felt impossible. The moon should have been overhead, but I couldn't see the sky, just the strange glow of light that didn't seem to come from any direction. Everything here was covered in a fine gray dust, and the trees encircling us were completely dead. dry, leafless things with bark stripped bare and limbs split open like they'd been flayed. And in the center of the clearing stood a structure, not a cabin, not a house, something else. It looked like it had been grown rather than built, a low, domed shape, made of wood and vines and bone, real bone, rib bones, long and curved, woven into the shape, like the skeleton of some great animal had been repurposed into shelter. The door was just a jagged hole, no hinges, no handle. Carl walked to it without hesitation. I followed, though every step forward made my spine scream retreat. The smell coming from inside was thick with damp earth and something older, like a cellar that hadn't been opened in decades. Like a tomb. We crossed the threshold, and the temperature dropped. Inside, the dome was taller than it looked, maybe 10 feet to the center, and the floor was covered in symbols. Hundreds of them, all versions of that same spiral web shape we'd seen before. But each one slightly different. I realized they weren't painted or carved. They were grown, veins, root-like threads, twisting just beneath the surface, pressing up through the dirt, pulsing, almost imperceptibly, like the floor itself was alive. Carl dropped to his knees again, hands outstretched, like he meant to touch the ground. I grabbed his arm before he could. He looked up at me, and for the briefest moment, I saw two faces layered on top of each other. His and something else, something stretched and pale and wrong, like skin pulled tight over a mask. Then he blinked, and it was gone. I saw this in a dream, he whispered. Before we ever came here, I stepped back. The dome was too quiet, the kind of quiet that meant listening. I turned to leave, but the hole we'd entered through was gone. Just smooth wall now, seamless. No exit. And then the whispers began. Not words, just sound. Too many voices moving at once. All around us, seeping from the earth. Carl didn't flinch. He leaned his head toward the ground, like he was trying to hear better. I backed to the far edge of the room. My hands touched something rough. I turned and saw bones embedded in the wall. Human bones. A rib cage, an arm, a jaw, mouth open, like it had died screaming. The whispering grew louder. Carl reached out and pressed both palms flat to the floor. The veins surged up to meet his skin like they'd been waiting. His body jerked, arched, eyes wide, and then, slowly, he began to smile. Carl's smile was wrong. Too wide, not forced, not deranged, invited, as if something had slid beneath his skin and was stretching his face from the inside. The veins beneath his hands pulsed again, and I watched them move, coiling up around his fingers like worms drawn to blood. He didn't flinch. He didn't seem to feel it at all. I called his name. No response. His eyes had rolled slightly, showing too much white, just enough to make me think he wasn't seeing the room anymore. But something passed it, something through it. I couldn't stay still. My back scraped the wall as I circled the edge of the dome, searching for anything, light, cracks, exits. But the wall had closed, and there was no ceiling window, no break in the bone wood above. Just a dull, steady throbbing in the air that made my head ache. Knock, the whispering had stopped. Now it felt like breath was being held by the dome, by the trees, by the ground beneath us. I looked at Carl again. There were holes opening in the ground around him, not cracks, not sinkholes, mouths. At first I thought they were nests. Small pits, rounded edges, something you might expect from burrowing animals, but they weren't. They had texture, they had teeth, not sharp, but ragged, bone-like ridges jutting up from the rims of the holes, almost like petrified gums. The earth wasn't just alive, it was hungry. Carl spoke without moving his lips. His voice came from beneath him, echoing through the chamber like it had traveled from somewhere far deeper. It remembers what we forgot. Then his voice changed, shifted into something wet, something ancient and filled with ache. It was never sealed, just fed, and now it's starving. I yelled, screamed his name, begged him to let go. But the floor didn't let him go. It opened, not like a trap door, not like a pit, like something beneath him had chewed its way to the surface, then swallowed. The veins that had gripped his hands now split and expanded, wrapping his wrists, climbing his forearms, threading through his skin. I heard something tear, not cloth, flesh. Carl's smile never wavered. I backed off. Carl was being drawn downward now, not fast. Like a ritual, like a feeding. The veins twitched every few seconds, and with each twitch, a little more of him sank into the earth. He was up to his thighs before he looked at me again. And this time, it wasn't Carl looking. Carl, or what was left of him, sank deeper, up to his chest. I didn't wait to see the rest. I took the tunnel. It sloped downward, tighter with each step, the walls closing in, brushing my shoulders, my head. The air was wet. The smell was worse than before. I couldn't name it, like mildew soaked in blood and buried with rotting meat. I crawled when I couldn't walk, my hands pressing into soil that was too warm, too soft. Something brushed my fingers, thin and smooth, a bone. A root I didn't check. Behind me, I heard laughter. It was low, mocking, Carl's voice, but not his. It remembers you too. Then it was gone, and I was alone, crawling deeper, with no way back, no light, no map, only the soft click of unseen legs, keeping pace just behind me in the dark. I don't remember how long I crawled. The dirt clung to me like damp cloth, every breath thick with loam and decay. My hands ached, my knees throbbed. Every few feet the tunnel would twitch, not from tremors, but from something moving inside the walls. I could hear it, just beyond the thin veil of packed earth. a skittering whisper that shifted with my breath, like it was matching me, mocking me, listening. There was no sound from above anymore. No birds, no wind, no Carl, just the dark. I came to a bend in the tunnel where the air changed. It turned cold first, sharp like winter, but then immediately hot, like breath trapped in cloth. It was stale and thick, with that copper-sweet rote. I'd first smelled outside the cabin. I gagged, pressed a sleeve to my mouth, and pushed forward. My flashlight had long since died. The only reason I kept moving was the faint sense of space ahead of me. I could feel it. An openness just beyond the next squeeze. But the closer I got, the louder the tunnel got. Not in sound, in feeling, like it was thinking. Every inch I moved, I felt more watched, more measured. At last, I crawled out into a chamber, barely larger than a walk-in closet. Roots hung like veins from the ceiling, pulsing faintly with a reddish light, not enough to see clearly, just enough to shape shadows. The chamber had no floor, not really, just more mouths closed for now, waiting. I collapsed against the far wall, gasping. Then I realized the wall was warm. It was breathing, not like the pulse of life. This was too mechanical. In and out, steady, rhythmic, a lung wrapped in bark and soil. I pressed my hand against it and immediately recoiled. Beneath the layer of damp root was movement, hundreds of tiny things shifting all at once. The sound was unmistakable. Legs. The wall wasn't just breathing. It was full. I scrambled to my feet. One of the mouths in the floor twitched. I told myself I had to keep moving, that I couldn't stop now, that Carl needed me, that this was just the story we'd followed too deep, that folklore wasn't real, that the forest didn't eat people, that I couldn't believe it anymore. The thing behind the stories was alive, and I just crawled into its stomach. There was another tunnel at the far end, smaller, closer to a burrow. I ducked in, heart hammering, trying not to think about how the walls brushed my back, how I could feel them tighten slightly as I moved. Then I heard it. A voice whispered, soft, like a child breathing against your neck while you sleep. Stop crawling. I froze. My blood iced. Stop crawling. It came again. Closer. Now behind me. Inside me. I turned. There was nothing. Only roots. Only dirt. Then something laughed. A dry, broken wheeze. It wasn't in the tunnel. It was in my head. I screamed. My own voice sounded wrong in the close air. Wrong in a way that felt known, like the tunnel had heard that scream before and was remembering it. I pushed forward, elbows raw, breath hitching. The tunnel narrowed again, and I thought for a moment I'd gotten stuck. My chest wouldn't rise fully. The air was too tight, the heat too close. Then I heard breathing ahead of me. Not mine. Slow. Wet. Mucus thick. Something else was in the tunnel. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there. Between, waiting. Its breath matched mine. It was mirroring me. I pressed forward anyway. I didn't care if I passed out. I didn't care if I screamed again. Something in me needed to know how deep this went. What thing Carl had been speaking to. What teeth were waiting in the dirt. My hand touched something soft. It twitched. Not soil. Not moss. Flesh. I yanked back, just as something slithered over my hand. Something with too many legs. I twisted sideways and shoved myself down the final stretch of tunnel, not caring where it led. And then I fell. The ground beneath me vanished, and I dropped into open space. I landed hard on a slope of roots, rolled, slammed into something hard, and came to rest in a wide chamber lit by flickering red light. Above me, high in the roots, something moved, and from the shadows, I saw the flash of red eyes, vanishing before I could focus. Then, the skittering began again, and this time, it was everywhere. My ribs ached. My legs wouldn't move at first. I just lay there, staring up into the twisting roots above. As they pulsed with that dim red glow, the chamber felt like a wound beneath the forest. Wet, raw breathing, the scent of mold and old blood clung to every breath. I tried not to inhale too deeply. The air felt wrong, heavy with something more than rot, something sentient. The skittering hadn't stopped. It just shifted, settling into the walls like it had moved inside them. The roots bulged and twitched every few seconds, as if something just beneath the surface was crawling from one end of the chamber to the other. I forced myself to sit up, hands slipping in the muck that lined the floor. My palm came away slick and dark. Not mud. Thicker. There were objects, half buried in the mire. Bones. Tools. Bits of clothing. A boot. The remains of something that looked like a recorder. Crushed and split open like a skull. Whatever had found this place before me hadn't made it out. My flashlight, useless before, flickered in my pocket. I clicked it on. The light buzzed faintly, weak but steady. I turned it slowly across the chamber. There were markings carved into the roots, circles, jagged lines, that same spiderweb symbol I seen on the cabin door, repeated again and again, like a ritual. Some were fresh, some glistened as if recently carved. I aimed the light higher. Something moved across the far wall, a blur, a limb, no 8 of them. I froze. The light caught something wet, shiny, pulling itself silently into the roots and vanishing again, too fast to follow. But the after image lingered. Long legs, bloated body, the faint hiss of breath, drawn through too many mouths. I backed toward the edge of the chamber, searching for another exit. The floor sloped toward a narrow passage, lined with dangling roots, like the throat of something waiting to swallow me. I didn't want to go deeper, but staying wasn't an option. As I stepped forward, a whisper brushed against my neck. "Carl." My breath caught. It wasn't my voice. It came again. This time from the wall. "Carl, come deeper." I shone the light at the roots. Nothing. But the voice had moved. It wasn't echoing. It was following, crawling alongside me, like a parasite beneath the bark. I crouched low and slid into the next tunnel. This one was warmer, moister. My hands sank into the floor as I crawled, and every few feet I felt something twitch beneath my palms. Roots, yes, but not all roots. Some felt like cords of flesh. Some squirmed. The passage widened into another chamber, smaller than the last. In the center stood a shape, a figure. I raised the light. Carl. He stood perfectly still, eyes wide, arms limp at his sides. His skin looked gray, waxy. Roots crept from the ceiling and curled around his wrists, his throat, his ankles. He didn't move, didn't blink. Carl. I rushed forward. He looked at me and smiled, but the smile wasn't his. It was too wide, too knowing. Then he opened his mouth and laughed. A low, hissing chitter that didn't sound human. From behind me, I heard more skittering. The chamber pulsed red. Carl's eyes glowed, and I realized, too late, the forest hadn't taken him. It had welcomed him. The moment Carl opened his mouth, something cold took root behind my sternum. That sound wrong in pitch and texture slithered down my spine. His smile cracked as though it were a mask stretched too far over flesh. I didn't speak. I couldn't. My mouth was dry, my limbs heavy, like the air had turned to syrup. Then he moved, not with his usual swagger, but in stiff, jerking motions, like his bones were being pulled by threads just beneath his skin. The roots tethering him didn't break. They stretched with him, coiling tighter as he took a single step forward. Something behind his eyes flickered red and vanished again. I stumbled back into the passage, my shoulders scraping the tight walls. The chamber groaned, not metaphorically. The walls themselves emitted a low, dragging exhale, like the room was a lung wheezing to life. Roots above me shivered, shedding a fine dust that sparkled red as it fell. Carl spoke, or what wore his shape did. It listens. The voice was layered, his, and something deeper, like something ancient speaking through a cracked speaker. I turned and ran, crawled, scrambled, shoved myself down the narrow burrow, leading deeper into the earth, no longer pretending I had any control. I didn't care where it led. A way was enough. The tunnel dipped sharply, then twisted, and I rolled into a space so dark and wide. It took my eyes a full minute to register the vastness. I couldn't see the ceiling, I couldn't see the walls, but I could hear them, wet, pulsing, alive. In the center of that abyss stood a tree. No roots, no leaves, just a towering skeletal trunk made of braided limbs and bones. The bark slick with some black secretion that smelled like decay and iron. It throbbed slowly, like a heart. Above, I caught flickers of movement, legs, dozens, maybe hundreds, watching. A low hum began, felt first in my teeth, then in my gut. Not sound, vibration. The walls joined in, resonating with that frequency, and the tree responded. From its trunk, the bark split open vertically, an orifice yawning wider and wider, revealing the pale, glistening mass within. Veins pulsed across its surface. It wasn't a tree. It was a nest. Webs lined the space around it, barely visible, unless caught in the tremble of that red pulse. The webs weren't made for catching prey. They were veins. I turned to leave, but the tunnel I'd come through had sealed. Thick roots had grown over the opening, twitching as if amused. I wasn't supposed to go back, only forward. And then I saw them, eyes dozens, floating just above the root line, each one glinting red for a heartbeat. Then, gone. Flash. Flash. A chorus of whispers began. No language, just intent. We see you. We hear you. You have fed us. I backed into the wall and slid to the floor, trying to calm my breathing, trying to think, but my thoughts weren't mine anymore. Something was bleeding into them. Carl's voice. Only wrong. You knew the stories. You brought us the words. I covered my ears, rocked forward. You fed it with belief. Now we remember. I screamed. Finally. Unable to bear the pressure inside my skull, the echo of it rose into the chamber, and for a moment, everything fell silent. Then something dropped from the nest. It landed softly, delicately. 8 legs. 2 long, the color of bone soaked in ink. The body swollen and twitching with every breath. The vein-wrought spider. It crept toward me. Fangs glistening. Its eyes flashed red, and I saw my reflection in them, aging, decaying, eaten from the inside. It spoke without words. We remember. We return. I ran. I didn't look for a path. I found one anyway, carved for me. Somehow, a narrow vein of a tunnel that peeled off from the base of the chamber. It wasn't escape. It was permission. I crawled through a corridor of muscle and root, my hands burning where they touched the floor. My skin bubbled. My breath wheezed. Behind me, the spider moved, not chasing, following, patient. Eventually, I emerged beneath open sky, but it wasn't the sky I knew. The forest above had changed. The trees were taller, twisted. They leaned inward like skeletal fingers around a throat. The stars above were wrong, unfamiliar constellations carved in blood-red lines. Carl stood in the clearing ahead. Back to me. Arms lifted. The forest pulsed. He turned. His face was gone, just a hollow where it had been, and from within that hollow, something chittered. I screamed again. The ground opened beneath me. I fell into roots that curled like fingers. I tried to run, but the forest had other plans. Story 2. I don't remember when the air began to thicken, whether it was before I crossed the old ranger's gate, rusted half shut and gnawed at the hinges, or sometime after. But I know that by the time I stepped beneath the canopy of Haha Tonka's deeper woods, I could feel it pressing against my skin, like damp cloth, soaked in something faintly metallic, something that coated the back of my tongue with a taste I couldn't name, just sharp enough to remind me of blood, but dull enough to suggest something older, something chemical, something buried deep within the roots of this place that had been leaching into the soil long before I ever set foot in Black Hollow, Missouri. The sky above had turned the color of wet ash, gray streaked with dull ochre where the sun should have been, but the light filtered down only in sickly fragments, as if the treetops, tangled and gnarled like ancient limbs, had decided long ago that whatever walked below didn't deserve to be seen. The further I walked, the more I noticed how sound faded, not into silence, which might have been a comfort, but into a kind of dull, sucking absence, where even my own footsteps seemed to vanish the moment they touched the ground, swallowed by moss and mulch and something else, something beneath. I kept to the trail at first, though calling it a trail was generous. What passed for a path was really just a line of dirt, overgrown than the rest, hemmed in by brambles and half-rotted tree trunks leaning at odd angles, some of which bore the faint black scorch marks of fire, old fire, the kind that never quite goes out, the kind that smolders in stories locals whisper to each other when the weather turns bad. The wind, when it blew, smelled like iron and wilted leaves. It didn't rustle the trees so much as pass through them, like breath through a corpse's teeth. I paused, then, not out of fear, exactly, but because something had moved. Not the trees, not the underbrush, not the branches above, though I had been glancing upward more than I cared to admit. A shadow, quick, gliding, wrong, slipped between the trees up ahead, just far enough that I couldn't catch its shape, but just near enough that I saw the way it broke the light, or rather, the way the light refused to touch it, like it bent around the thing that moved, avoiding it, shunning it. I should, the turned back, every instinct buried beneath years of scientific training, of data and analysis, and forced rationality, screamed that I had seen nothing, that light plays tricks in fog, that shadows stretch and collapse at the whims of clouds and foliage, that nothing moves like that, unless it's chasing something. But I didn't turn back, not because I was brave or foolish, or because I thought I could face it, whatever it was, but because I needed what was buried here, somewhere beneath the rot and the whispers and the watchful eyes I felt, but could not yet see. I needed the antidote, or the prototype of it anyway, buried in the last field lab I ever built, before the committee stripped my credentials and left me to rot like the corpses my fog had claimed. I had come back to fix what I started, and the forest knew it. Leaves whispered overhead. Though there was no wind, branches shifted in slow, deliberate ways, like something massive had passed through them, far too massive for the silence that followed. I stepped forward, one boot squelching in mud that wasn't there seconds ago, and the whispering stopped, dead still. Even the birds had fled. though I hadn't noticed until that moment. No crows, no finches, no distant woodpecker, tapping its monotonous rhythm, only the sound of my breath, ragged and too loud in the thick air, and the soft drip of moisture from unseen places. I knelt to inspect the ground where the shadow had passed, but there were no footprints, no disturbed leaves, only a slight indentation in the moss, like something had hovered just above it, heavy enough to leave pressure, light enough not to break. Then the smell changed. It came all at once, a rush of air from below, somehow rising through the loam and the rock and the roots, hot and sweet and wrong, like a dead animal wrapped in lavender and smoke. I gagged and stumbled back, covering my mouth with the sleeve of my jacket. But the stench was inside me already, filling my sinuses, curling behind my eyes. Something whispered my name. I froze. It hadn't come from ahead, or from behind, or even from the trees above. It had come from beneath. The soil shifted subtly under my boots, like breath exhaled through the ground itself. I looked down and saw nothing. No holes, no vents, no creatures. But I felt it. That subtle vibration, that hum that wasn't a hum, that rhythm pulsing up through my legs, like the forest had a heartbeat, and it had just noticed I was walking across it. I backed away slowly, not daring to turn. My flashlight flickering once, then again, dimmer. And then I heard the trees behind me move, not creak, not sway, move, like something enormous had leaned against them in passing. I turned, light trembling in my hand, beam arcing wildly through the mist, catching only glimpses, bark slashed deep, a branch swaying without cause, a patch of ground smoking faintly where a tree root had been crushed flat. Then, at the edge of the beam, brief and terrible, a flash of stone mottled and jagged, moving far too fast for something so large, vanishing behind the boles before I could register more than bulk, and the sense of a terrible weight carried on limbs far too long. A shadow darted between the trees, too fast for me to follow, but not fast enough to escape. I ran, breath sharp and high in my chest, not toward the lab, but toward the only thing I could trust in that moment, the ranger tower, long abandoned, barely standing, but still marked on my hand-drawn map. My boots slipped in moss and rot. My shoulder caught a branch that tore the fabric clean through. But I didn't stop, not even when I felt something brush the back of my neck, warm and damp and gone in the same heartbeat. I didn't look back, because I knew that if I did, I'd see it, and worse, I was terrified it would see me too. I didn't stop running until the trees began to thin, until the ground sloped upward, and the mists began to falter against the incline, dispersing just enough to reveal the silhouette I'd hoped would still be there, tall and gaunt against the bruised sky, like a blackened finger jutting from the hillside, crowned with rust and shadow. The old ranger tower. Its frame was barely more than bones, wooden struts, grayed and cracked, from decades of storms and disuse. Metal joints, red with corrosion and bent at odd angles like they'd tried to escape the weight they bore. The staircase spiraled upward around the structure in pieces, sections missing entirely. The railing broken in more places than it held, and yet I climbed without hesitation, my legs moving on instinct, driven not by hope, but by the cold certainty that staying below would be worse. Each step groaned beneath my weight, some sagging so deeply I feared they'd snap and send me tumbling to the wet rot below. But still I ascended, one hand gripping the splintered railing, the other clutching the flashlight, now dulled to a sullen glow. Behind me, the forest remained still, but not in peace, rather in anticipation, like it was holding its breath. By the time I reached the platform at the top, my lungs ached from the climb, and the fog that had begun to creep up the tower's legs, curling like fingers around the wood. The door to the lookout cabin was gone, blown off its hinges or ripped away. I couldn't tell, but the room beyond offered at least the illusion of shelter. 4 walls and a roof, most of a floor. I stepped inside and sagged against the nearest wall, trying to slow my breathing, to listen beyond the rush of blood in my ears. Silence, but not the comforting kind, not the silence of remoteness or isolation. No, this silence was dense, weighted, as if something huge and unseen stood just outside the walls, listening, and had momentarily gone still to hear me better. I dared to glance out through one of the broken windows, shards of glass still clinging like jagged teeth to the frame. Below, the forest spread out in a sea of black and gray, no longer a collection of trees, but a single massive organism, breathing, waiting, watching. Somewhere out there, it moved still, that thing I had seen, or thought I had seen, a silhouette in motion, stone and shadow and terrible speed. The craghide. I didn't say the name aloud. I didn't dare even think it for long. Instead, I turned my attention to the remnants of the ranger station, fingers tracing over warped planks and old graffiti etched into the walls, strange sigils I didn't recognize, interspersed with desperate words. It's in the trees. Don't dig. Stone can bleed. Scratched deep, some so violently. The wood had splintered around the letters. On the back wall, a map still clung to its frame, faded and curling at the edges. Tonka State Park. Trails spidered across it like veins, some labeled, most not. I found my location marked in red pen, old but still visible. Tower, and near it, barely visible under grime and age. Someone had drawn an X, not far from where my lab should be, deeper into the forest, past where the shadows moved. I didn't remember putting it there, but I had marked that location once years ago, before everything went wrong, before the fog. A gust of wind howled suddenly through the open door frame, loud and hollow like it had passed through 1,000 mouths before reaching me, and the temperature dropped in a wave that raised gooseflesh along my arms. I stepped back, instinctively, just as something thudded against one of the tower's legs below. I froze, Then another thud, louder, heavier, and another. The whole structure trembled slightly. A faint shudder that passed up through the wood into my bones. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Flashlight held loose in my hand, beam trembling across the map. Then silence again. A longer silence, the kind that draws you forward like a cliff's edge. I crossed the room in 3 careful steps, crouched low near the shattered window, and dared to look down. Nothing, only the mist, coiling now like smoke around the base of the tower. But the forest felt different. Closer, heavier. The trees leaned inward, their trunks not just crooked, but straining, as though something had passed through them and left them broken in its wake. Then I heard it, a low groan, not mechanical, not wind, but something alive, something deep, like a mountain sighing in its sleep. And underneath it, the whispering began again. But this time, it wasn't just my name. It was questions, murmured, in a language I didn't know, but understood, all the same. Questions that coiled through the cracks in the floorboards, that curled beneath my ears and threaded into my veins. Why did you come back? What will you give to take it back? What are you willing to lose? I clamped my hands over my ears, backed away from the wall, stumbled into the desk at the center of the room, rotted through, crumbling under my weight, and fell hard onto the floor, which groaned beneath me in protest. From beneath the tower, something laughed, not with joy, not even with cruelty, but with recognition. It knew me, it remembered, and it was waiting. I don't know how long I lay on the tower floor, rigid, with the kind of stillness you only feel when you're waiting to die, or willing yourself not to move, because moving might be the thing that makes it real. The boards beneath me were cold with moisture and riddled with soft decay, their fibers pulpy and brittle under my fingers, as if the tower itself had long since resigned to rot and collapse, and was only lingering because something wanted it to. Outside, the whispers rose and fell like breath, and for a moment, I thought I heard them echo inside the cavity of my skull, bouncing between my teeth and sinuses, in a way that felt wet and unclean. It clamped my eyes shut, trying to anchor myself to something, anything other than the sensation that the ground was listening, that the very timbers of the tower were absorbing me. When I finally sat up, it was not because the fear had passed, but because it had settled like sediment in water. It had sunk and hardened into something quiet, dense, and permanent, the kind of fear that no longer grips your throat, but instead coils around your spine and waits. I rose carefully, brushing splinters from my palms. The map on the wall had shifted, impossibly, absurdly, its corners curling inward. The paper crinkled as if wet, though I hadn't seen a drop of rain. That X, someone or something had drawn near my lab's location, now pulsed faintly, like light seen through closed eyelids, a trick of the fog, or a warning. I didn't want to stay here any longer. Not because the tower had grown worse. It hadn't, not exactly. But because I knew the longer I remained, the more I would begin to hear it again. Whatever it was. The thing in the roots. The thing that whispered in questions and laughed like it knew the ending. Climbing down was harder than coming up. My legs felt clumsy and weak. And each step downward brought me closer to the earth. I no longer trusted. The fog had risen, not high, only ankle deep, but thick and heavy. Its consistency almost gelatinous. It clung to my boots, resisting each movement like hands dragging me down. The path back into the trees yawned wide before me. The brambles and undergrowth parted not like something had pushed through them, but like they had stepped aside. Something wanted me to keep going, and that, more than anything else, made me move. I pressed deeper into the woods. Trees arched overhead like cathedral spires, their trunks riddled with old scars, slashes, gouges, and places where the bark had been peeled away entirely to reveal glistening sap that dripped slow and thick, like syrup or blood. The ground squelched beneath me. Each footfall met with the soft crackle of bone-dry twigs, mixed with the slurp of something wetter beneath. The forest had changed, no longer simply vast and shadowed. It had become structured in a way I couldn't quite name. Like the trees had organized themselves, the spacing felt intentional, rhythmic, aligned not by nature, but by something with eyes and thoughts and design. I knew the direction to the lab, though it was barely a lab. More of a prefab bunker I'd paid for out of my own dwindling funds in the final days of the project. But my sense of time had begun to blur. The air didn't move. The light didn't shift. There was no sense of progress. Only the steady pulse of the forest around me. And then, all at once, I found the first one, the totem. It stood just off the trail, or where the trail should have been, a figure carved from gnarled oak, at least 6 feet tall, hunched and warped by time, but unmistakably human-shaped. Arms too long, torso stretched, mouth open in a silent scream. Its eyes had been drilled clean through, empty sockets, filled with a thick amber resin that shimmered faintly, even in the dark. I approached slowly, compelled by both dread and recognition. I had seen drawings of these before, in a notebook, in a file, in the journals of the first expedition that came here before the park was even named. A century ago, when this place was still sacred to someone, before we paved trails through their graves. The totem whispered as I passed, not words, just a breath, a sound of pressure releasing, like a sigh held for decades. Finally let go. I didn't look back. There were more. As I moved forward, 5, 10, maybe a dozen, each different, but sharing that same stretched human shape, mouths agape in terror or anguish or ecstasy. I couldn't tell which. Some had arms wrapped around themselves. Others pointed downward, all faced the same direction. Deeper into the hollow. Then came the clearing. It opened without transition, like the trees simply vanished. One moment, I was among their trunks, and the next I stood on the edge of a bowl-shaped depression in the earth, rimmed with stones, ringed with those same wooden effigies, and in the center, the lab, at least what remained of it. The steel hatch had been torn free and flung across the clearing like a toy, half buried in moss and soot. The entrance yawned open, stairs descending into blackness, edges burned, the metal walls around it buckled outward. The surrounding earth bore the scars of fire, though no flame I knew of burned so deep or left such patterns, circles within circles, spirals etched in ash. And then, from deep within, a voice spoke, not a whisper, a voice. Mine, Sandra. I staggered back, light swaying in my hand, breath caught in my chest. Sandra, you left me. No, it wasn't possible. That voice, identical. Same pitch, same cadence, but it spoke with a weight I had never felt in my own throat. Then came a thud, heavy, echoing from below, and a scraping sound, like stone dragged across steel, and beneath it, just barely, the ground whispered once more, "Come back." I lingered at the edge of the hatch, unable to force myself closer, the dark below stretching like an open wound into the earth. The scorched metal around the rim radiated a dry, sterile heat that didn't make sense. There had been no fire for days, maybe weeks, and yet the air from below pulsed with warmth, acrid and sweet, like roasted meat left too long in the sun. My own voice still echoed in my ears, though the words were long finished. You left me. I wanted to scream back that I hadn't, that I couldn't, that I did what I had to do, but that would mean admitting I'd heard it, that I believed it wasn't just hallucination, and that was something I couldn't afford, not yet, not this deep into Black Hollow. I slid one boot forward onto the top step, the metal slick beneath my sole, coated in a thin layer of moisture that hadn't come from rain. My flashlight flickered weakly in my hand, its beam trembling down the stairwell like a frightened limb reaching into cold water. The walls were scorched, smeared with black soot and something else, something glistening and organic that pulls gently, as though reacting to my presence. I descended slowly. The stairs creaked beneath me, though they were steel, and it took me a moment to understand why they weren't creaking from strain. They were breathing, flexing minutely with each step, not with my weight, but with the subtle rhythmic rise and fall of the bunker itself. This place had gone soft. The deeper I went, the more the light seemed to shrink. The beam from my flashlight, once strong enough to cut a path through fog and shadow, now barely illuminated the next few feet ahead, as if the dark here was something active, not just the absence of light, but its consumption, a hunger. About halfway down, I reached the first body. It sat hunched against the wall, slumped at an angle that suggested a fall or collapse. One arm thrown out across the step below, the fingers fused to the metal as if melted there. I crouched, swallowing bile, and shone the light onto the face, or what was left of it. The skin had retracted, pulled tight across the skull, lips split wide into a dry rictus grin. The eyes had been gouged or rotted out, black holes leading nowhere, and from within them something shimmered faintly, tiny threads of silver twitching like spider legs. One of the technicians, Dr. Keene, maybe, he hadn't made it out. None of them had. The whispers began again as I passed, rising faintly from beneath the stairs, not from a single point, but from all around, beneath, above, within. They weren't speaking English now, or maybe they were, just buried too deep in sound to form words. They hummed and clicked and sighed, a language like tree roots pushing through stone, or the shifting of plates beneath the earth. I descended. The bottom of the stairwell opened into the main chamber, a wide circular room ringed with workstations and empty shelves, all of it canted at a strange angle, as though the entire lab had sunken several feet into the ground. Cracks spidered through the ceiling and walls, wide enough to see soil pressing inward, clumps of root systems jutting through, some of them twitching faintly. And at the center of the room, half consumed by floor and shadow, was the containment pod, the one that it had held the fog sample, the one that had failed. It lay open now, split, not by explosion, but by force. Something had pried it open, and the thick glass dome hung loose from its hinges, smeared with a dark residue that smoked faintly even in the stale air. I stepped closer, heart hammering, light flickering across the floor as I moved. The sample was gone. In its place, the base of the pod had grown something, roots or veins or both, trailing outward across the floor in slow, knotted tendrils that pulsed with a heartbeat too slow to be human. They vanished into the cracks, into the dirt, into the forest above. I should have run then. I should have turned and climbed and never looked back, but something pulled at me. Not physically, not yet, but something in the air, in the scent of iron and decay, in the memory of voices long dead. There was movement, not visible, but felt, a weight shifting just beyond the edges of the room, beneath the floor, like something rolling over in its sleep, pressing upward with slow inevitability. Then I heard it again, my voice, from the far corner of the lab. You said we could fix it. I spun, light darting across the room. And there, standing half submerged in the broken wall, was me, or something wearing me. The figure was identical, down to the clothes I wore, the scar on my cheek, the lanyard still hanging from its neck, but the skin was too smooth, too pale, and the eyes wrong. Not black, not red, not monstrous, just flat, like river stones, like carved bone. It smiled, and then it began to dissolve, not in flame or smoke, but in roots. Thin tendrils burst from its skin, spiraling outward, latching onto walls, floor, even the air, and it began to unravel into strands of organic filaments, vanishing into the lab around me, into the soil beneath. The whispers roared, and suddenly I could understand them again. She knows. She remembers. She brought it here. The lab shuddered. Somewhere above, something groaned. A tree snapping under weight. Or something far worse. I turned to flee. My legs finally obeying, scrambling for the stairs. But before I could take more than a few steps, the ground beneath me split with a sound like bone cracking in a furnace, and from the darkness below, something began to rise. Not the crag hide, not yet, but something older, something that had been waiting. The crack in the floor widened with a sickening slurp, as if the ground were not splitting, but opening, parting willingly to reveal whatever festered beneath. The walls of the lab bent inward, groaning in protest, and the ceiling trembled with every pulse of movement from below. I stumbled backward, the heat rising from the breach, searing the skin of my face. Not the blaze of fire, but the fevered breath of something living. From that darkness came sound, thick, wet, and rhythmic, like lungs struggling to remember how to breathe. I stared into the crevasse, waiting for something to emerge, my mind desperate to project shape onto the chaos, to find form in the nightmare, but it defied comprehension. There were limbs, perhaps, joints in the wrong places, a surface like stone, veined with light, not glowing, pulsing with intention, with awareness, and the whispering. Gods. The whispering. It was no longer a murmur, but a chorus. Not voices, but the memory of voices. Like 1,000 people had died here, and left only the imprint of their final breath. And now those breaths stitched themselves together into something that remembered how to speak. The sound curled through the room like smoke, wrapping around my body, curling into my ears and nose and mouth, until I could taste it. Salt and rust, and something like lilac rotted through with mildew. I turned to run, again. But this time the stairwell was gone, not blocked, not collapsed. Gone. In its place stood a wall of root and bark and stone, pressed together in impossible layers, undulating slightly with a biological rhythm. My light flickered and died completely. The darkness wasn't passive now, it was aware. It saw me. I pressed myself against the edge of the lab, shoulder to the damp, cold metal, breath hitching in my throat. My thoughts screamed for logic, for explanation. Maybe the fog had triggered hallucinations. Maybe I'd inhaled too much of the compound. But the body on the stairs had melted. The figure had spoken in my voice, and whatever was rising now wasn't born of madness. It was older than sanity itself. The sound of shattering stone ripped through the space, and from the crevice, something slammed against the walls of the chasm. The vibration shot through my legs into my spine, rattling my teeth. The lab's lights, long dead, flashed to life for a heartbeat, flickering images of the chamber like an old zoetrope, each pulse showing something closer, larger, more detailed. First, just texture. A hide, like granite, threaded with moss. Next, inai, massive, unblinking, watching, without emotion, set deep in a face too wide for symmetry, too still for life. Then, nothing. Darkness. Again. The next sound was worse than the first. A voice. Not in my ears, but in my bones. It spoke in vibrations, in meaning transmitted through marrow. And though it used no language I knew, I understood it. Not words, but a feeling. Return. Repent. Restore. I sank to my knees, teeth chattering, and squeezed my hands into fists. So tight, my fingernails bit blood from my palms. I had been alone in the forest before, lost in cold silence. But this was being unmade. It was not just the lab crumbling around me, but the scaffolding of self, of mind, of everything that defined me as Sandra Burke. Scientist, the woman who thought she could map the fog and bottle the curse. I crawled, not toward the breach, not toward escape, just away, toward the opposite wall, where the roots were thinner. There, maybe, I could dig, claw my way through, find a path not yet consumed. As I neared it, something changed. The whispering ceased. The silence was immediate and complete. Dead, not peaceful, not empty. The kind of silence that follows a question no one dares answer. And in that silence, I heard the ground speak, not a voice. A sound, a soft, chittering rustle, like beetles in dry leaves, like fingers brushing against the inside of your skull. I looked down. The floor moved beneath my hands. Tiny roots twitched and retreated from my touch, like worms from salt, only to return a moment later, stronger, thicker, wrapping around my wrists, crawling up my arms. I screamed and tore at them, and they screamed back, high-pitched and metallic, like wire drawn across glass. I kicked, thrashed, rolled, and the roots hissed, releasing me, slithering away into the walls. And then the wall opened, not broke. Opened, a seam parted in the metal, a crack folding wide like a grin, and behind it lay a tunnel I had never built, never planned, a throat carved through stone and wood and memory, sloping downward into blackness, and from within it, that smell, the fog, fresh, concentrated, pure. I stumbled forward, against every instinct, because if I stayed, I would be swallowed by the breach. But if I went, maybe I would find the source. Maybe I would find the antidote. Or maybe I would find the beginning. I stepped into the tunnel. The roots closed the wall behind me, and I was gone. The tunnel swallowed every sound the moment I entered, and the echo of my footsteps died almost instantly, as though the earth refused to carry noise, as though it devoured sound just as eagerly as it devoured light. The air grew thick around me, clinging to my skin like wet silk, oppressive and strangely warm, laced with a scent that dragged half-formed memories to the surface. Copper, ozone, damp cedar, and something cloying beneath it all. like flowers blooming from rotted meat. The light from my backup headlamp, the only thing that had survived the tremors, flickered with a nervous hum. The beam didn't travel far. It seemed to bounce off the walls, scattering into useless haze, rather than revealing the way forward. The tunnel itself pulsed gently, with a warmth that felt more like the interior of an animal than any man-made space, and the ground beneath my boots gave slightly spongy in a way that made my stomach twist. I forced myself forward, dragging one foot ahead of the other, pressing gloved fingers against the curved wall to steady my body. It wasn't just dirt, not entirely. It felt fibrous, like it had once been alive, or was still alive. The farther I went, the more the tunnel narrowed. Not enough to trap me. Not yet, but enough to press in on my shoulders, to force me into a hunched, cautious posture. I could feel sweat running down my spine despite the chill. My thoughts turned inward with every step. Why was this here? Who or what had built it? And how far did it go? A sound trembled through the tunnel, then so faint, I thought at first I'd imagined it. A low, warbling moan, distant and slow, like breath escaping a great lung far below the earth. Not human, not animal, a geological exhale, impossibly old, shaped by time and grief. It came again, closer now, vibrating through the walls and into my ribs. I stopped, held my breath. A whisper tickled the back of my neck. Keep going. You're almost home. I turned, flashlight sweeping the passage behind me, revealing nothing but curved walls slick with moisture. No one was there. The tunnel was empty. Still, the voice remained, embedded in my skull like a shard of glass. I shook it off and moved faster. Minutes, or hours, passed. Time didn't function properly here. The deeper I went, the more I lost track. My watch had stopped. My body ached. My thoughts looped. I saw things in the periphery that vanished when I turned my head. Shapes etched in the wall that looked like skulls or faces in agony. I felt my name draining from me, syllable by syllable. Sandra Burke, scientist, human. I repeated it under my breath, like a prayer. Sandra Burke, scientist, human. The tunnel opened, not abruptly, but slowly, like lungs drawing breath again. The passage widened into a chamber, too vast to measure. Ceiling lost in blackness, walls vanishing into mist. My light barely touched the ground here, smooth and rippling, like the surface of a frozen lake, but not ice, not glass, something else. I took a step. The floor gave beneath me. Like stepping on a membrane, it held barely. Something moved beneath it. Something large. Across the room, faint and distant, a series of pale structures rose from the surface. Towers, maybe, or cages. I moved toward them, one careful step at a time, trying not to shift my weight too fast, listening for any sign of cracking or rupture. The closer I got, the more detail came into focus. These weren't structures, they were pods, organic and semi-translucent, like stretched sinew, each about the size of a person, suspended just above the floor by roots that connected them to the ground. They pulsed faintly in rhythm with the walls. I reached out to touch one and froze. A hand pressed from inside. Flesh against membrane. A human hand. 5 fingers. And then a face. It was mine. My face. Staring back. Eyes closed. Mouth slightly open in a silent scream. I stumbled backward. Gasping, nearly falling into the membrane floor, and behind me, the whispering surged back. Not in words, but in overlapping sound, breathing, chanting, bones rattling in windless air. I turned and saw more pods now, arranged in a circle, each with a figure curled inside, all of them me. Different expressions, different states of decay, some peaceful, some broken, one with no face at all. I began to run. The chamber responded. The floor buckled, rippling outward in waves, forcing me into a stagger. The roots above shifted, stretching down toward me like fingers. One brushed my shoulder and burned cold through the fabric of my coat. I screamed and shoved away, stumbling into the far side of the chamber. There, etched into the floor, in what looked like petrified blood, were symbols, familiar ones, the sigils from the lab, the same ones drawn onto the containment pod. My heart seized. We hadn't created the symbols. We had found them. Wed copied them. Activated them. Woken them. The fog hadn't been a defense. It had been a signal. The air grew cold in an instant. My breath steamed. The roots stopped moving. Then, with a roar like mountains collapsing, the center of the chamber split open, and something rose. Not fast, not violent, just inevitable. A form larger than the lab, than the forest, than memory itself. Stone and moss, and claw and fire, stitched into a single presence, faceless but known. The crag-eared troll. The trees shattered in my memory. The whispers screamed, and I fell to my knees. It loomed above me, like a mountain carved by a god whose only tools were pain and despair. The crag-hide troll, the thing we'd spoken of in hushed tones back in the lab, like it was just another old folk tale, was real. It wasn't some crude beast, as the legends hinted. It was a relic of something older, something that wasn't supposed to be awake. Its body was not just made of stone. It was stone, layered with living bark, veined with luminous fungi, its joints groaning like tectonic plates each time it moved. Its head, or what passed for it, was nothing more than a sloped mass of granite and moss, with deep fissures that pulsed with faint amber light. There were no eyes, no mouth, just a dense mask of petrified bark. But it saw me. I knew it. I felt it, not in my body, but in my mind. It didn't speak with words. It didn't need to. The air around it changed, warping the space between us. The whispers, once scattered, and many converged into a single force, a stream of thought, so thick and cold that it drove into my skull like a drill. You are the wound. The voice wasn't a sound. It was a realization. You opened the passage. You fed the fog. You woke the roots. I wanted to scream back, to deny it, but I couldn't. I had seen the glyphs. I had read the old surveys. I had known we were standing on something that didn't want to be found. I had insisted we continue anyway. And now the earth had answered. The crag-hide troll moved. Knock quickly. It didn't need to. Its limbs dragged and thundered as it stepped forward, the membrane floor hardening beneath it, like muscle clenching. Every step made my ribs ache. Each time its foot dropped, something deeper beneath the chamber sighed, as if this creature were only one appendage of a thing so large I couldn't fathom its full shape. The pods behind me shivered. Some began to leak. Amber fluid trickled from their seams, seeping across the floor. My breath caught as I realized the liquid wasn't pooling randomly. It moved with intent, swirling in spirals, tracing the same sigils again, burning with a dull light. The chamber was not just a prison. It was a womb. Knock. I stumbled backward, nearly losing balance, as the troll stopped before a great mound in the center of the chamber. A tangled knot of roots and bone and stone. It bent forward slowly, reverently, like a monk before an altar, and placed one massive hand upon the surface. The mound pulsed. A heartbeat, the heart root, a central node. A living core, the source of the fog. I felt it before I saw it. Heat rippling from its depths, waves of invisible pressure, pushing against my skin. The fog that poisoned the air above had originated from this root, carried upward by the breaths of something buried so far beneath the surface. Wade mistaken its signs for natural decay, but it wasn't decay. It was gestation, and we'd been feeding it. My knees hit the ground. Trembling, my vision swam. The chamber began to spin. The whispers now were even hiding. They poured from the walls, from the floor, from the roots above. Restore what was broken. Mend the seal, bleed the vessel. I clutched my head, choking on breath. And then the voice changed. It was still within me, but closer now, personal, familiar. It was my own voice. You brought them. You split the earth. You are the key. And then the vision came. The chamber fell away, and I saw the lab again, not as it had been days ago, but as it was when we first arrived, fresh, clean, sterile. The full team gathered around the initial breach, all of us unaware that the roots we uncovered were not relics of a buried tree, but tendrils of the heart root itself. We'd cut into it, and it had remembered. Back in the present, I rose slowly, legs screaming with effort. The troll remained at the mound, humming now, a low sound made of grinding stone, and something deeper, like an ancient instrument echoing from within the bones of the earth. I knew I couldn't fight it, but maybe I didn't have to. Maybe I could close it. The sigils, the language of the old roots. I had studied them. I had memorized them. If I could find the right combination, if I could retrace the glyphs in the reverse order. My hands shook as I knelt beside the leaking pods and dipped my fingers in the amber fluid. It burned cold, then hot, then cold again. But I pushed through. On the smooth surface near the heart root, I began to draw slowly. Precisely, one line at a time. The chamber stirred. The troll stopped humming. A tremor rocked the ground. My breath stilled. I was either healing the wound or pulling it wide open. The moment I drew the final line of the glyph, the chamber let out a low, groaning shudder, like the deep exhale of something impossibly old awakening to the pain of memory. The floor convulsed beneath me, not violently, but with the sickening rhythm of something alive rolling in its slumber. The crag-hide troll reared back from the heart root, its faceless head twisting toward me in a way that betrayed no muscles, no bones, just a massive realignment of stone and time and purpose. I froze. My heart thundered in my throat. The symbols I had traced now burned with a dim, pulsing blue light, paler than before, ghostly and uncertain, like the remnants of a flame rather than the fire itself. Had I succeeded? Had I reversed the breach? But the whispers answered with silence. And then the silence grew. It spread like fog. Not soundlessness, but the absence of everything else. My breath made no noise. My heartbeats vanished. Even the gentle shivering of the pod membranes faded, like the world was holding its breath in dread anticipation. The crag-hide troll took a step toward me, each footfall now utterly mute, and the vibrations that should have rattled my bones passed through me like a ghost wind. I opened my mouth to speak, to shout, to cry out for help, but no sound came. My voice had been taken. Nuck. Not taken. Returned. I dropped to my knees as a vision surged through me. A memory not mine, but one deeply entwined with the land beneath my feet. I saw this place as it had been, not a tunnel, not a chamber, but a hollowed sanctuary, built not by tools, but by intent, a convergence of the old roots, those that pierced the skin of the world and touched the realm beneath what we call real. There had once been guardians here, not creatures, but consciousnesses, keepers of balance, who used the glyphs not to summon, but to seal. The fog was their last breath, and I was not the first intruder. A second figure rose from the chamber's far end, not as large as the troll, but no less imposing, draped in what once had been a lab coat, now molded with root and decay, its face hidden by a mat of wet, dark vines. I recognized the walk, the slope of the shoulders. It was Dr. Hammond. He had vanished weeks before we breached the chamber. No blood, no tracks. Just his ID badge left dangling from a snapped lanyard near the mouth of a sinkhole. We'd assumed a fall, maybe an animal, but now I saw the truth. He had been claimed, or chosen. He stood now as a vessel, half man, half root, his body etched with sigils carved into flesh. His eyes, where they should have been, were now empty sockets filled with moss. "You brought the shape again," he said, not with a voice, but with a weight that pressed against my ribs and lungs, like gravity made of thought. "It remembers your face." I tried to stand, but my legs refused. The air thickened with a pressure that defied breath. And behind Hammond, behind whatever he had become, the walls began to change. Roots peeled away, pores opened, a door formed, not a structure, but a veil, and beyond it, shapes, indistinct, but massive, pale, moving in slow, graceful circles, like celestial bodies orbiting a dead star. They were not eyes, but they watched, not mouths, but they hungered. You came for an antidote, Hammond said, but this sickness has no cure. It is origin. The pods shuddered again, more split, spilling not just fluid, but things half-formed versions of me, crawling out on weak limbs, reaching with wet fingers, sobbing voicelessly. Some collapsed on the spot, others dragged themselves into the spiraling symbols and vanished in bursts of flickering light. I screamed, or thought I did. Still no sound. The crag-hide troll stepped aside. Hammond gestured toward the open veil. You may return what you borrowed, he said, or you may join us. I backed away, shaking, mind fracturing, under the weight of too many selves. I remembered things I hadn't done, felt guilt for lives I hadn't lived. I saw Sandra Burks from different points in time, from moments I had forgotten, from versions that had never made it out of the lab. Each one a failed seal, each one a crack in the memory of the forest. I stumbled toward the edge of the glyph I'd drawn. The light had grown unstable now, flashing like a heart in fibrillation. The symbol wasn't holding. My drawing was incomplete. No, inverted. I had made a mistake. I hadn't sealed the passage. I had mirrored the breach, and the door was opening wider, far beneath me, deeper than the earth's bones. I felt the source pulse again, a thrum that made the world tremble, not in force, but in identity. The fog above would thicken now, spread. It was already climbing trees, pouring into branches, whispering into the minds of animals and men. It would make memory the forest's new body, and I would be its mouthpiece, unless I broke the glyph, unless I rewrote the seal. But the cost, I knew what it would demand. Not blood, not even my life. Something deeper. Myself, my memory. I looked to the crag-hide troll, unmoving now, waiting. Hammond, watching with mossy eyes that held no pity. To the veil, fluttering with hunger. And then I raised my hand to give something back. It began with a name. Mine, but spoken in a cadence I did not recognize. Stretched and echoed until it lost all familiarity and meaning, as though the forest itself was rehearsing how to be me. Sandra. The name bled from the roots above like rainwater soaked with ash, each syllable drawn out, trembling. And as it fell onto the stone floor, it pooled not as liquid but as images, scenes from my life I hadn't chosen to remember. The night my father left, the smell of engine oil and wet pavement, my mother sobbing into the laundry, the taste of copper from a chipped tooth I never had repaired, the grant rejection email that cracked something deeper than my ego, that moment when I knew my work would be buried under younger, brighter names. Now it all seeped through the stone and into the glyphs, feeding the wrong memory. I stood at the edge of the veil, my body trembling as if caught in a static current. The open doorway pulsed gently, as though breathing, and within it writhed impossible things. Not creatures, but possibilities. Strands of forgotten timelines and discarded selves, twisting like wind-battered prayer flags made of skin and root. Behind me, the crag-heed troll returned to stillness, its massive arms lowered, no longer a threat, only a witness, a sentinel of the old order. I felt its gaze, not with eyes, but with a sensation like the pull of gravity, and I knew it was waiting to see if I would perform the rite willingly, or if the forest would have to take me. The fluid I'd used to draw the glyph still clung to my fingers, but it had dried into flakes, now crumbling with each movement, like burnt parchment. My hands were raw, tingling, marked with sigils I hadn't drawn, but which were somehow inside me. Dr. Hammond, or whatever wore his name now, stepped closer. The slow sound of root against stone, replaced by a sickening silence. The moss where his eyes should have been glistened, from somewhere inside him, came a rhythm slow, wet, biological, the sound of his lungs breathing the fog as though it were oxygen. "This place remembers too much," he said. "That's the cost of carving truth into stone. It keeps what you give." I shook my head. "What do you want from me?" The moss smiled, or maybe it moved in a way that my mind interpreted as a smile, desperate for some human familiarity. "You already know." The glyph still burned behind me, flickering like a dying constellation. I turned to it and knelt again, knees sinking into the pulsing membrane of the chamber floor. My breath came shallow, like every inhale drew in mist soaked with morning. I closed my eyes, and I began to remember, not just my memories, but the forests. I saw centuries of silent burial, felt the shudder as the heartroot cracked open the crust of the earth. I felt the old seals fail one by one, each one a voice in a choir of despair, echoing into the hollow places of the world. I remembered how they were sealed, and why. The glyph was not merely a symbol. It was a story, a confession. To close the passage, to stop the fog, I had to give truth, but not spoken, not shouted, etched in blood, in pain, in memory. I bit my thumb until I tasted iron. With shaking fingers, I traced the corrected pattern over the failed glyph, smearing old lines, bending new ones around ancient loops, shifting the center toward a spiral I hadn't noticed before. The moment the first drop of my blood touched the stone, the silence broke. The veil shrieked, 1,000 voices, all mine but not mine, screamed in unison. A cacophony of paths untaken, versions of me that had burned out in other timelines, other hollows, other forests that no longer existed. They clawed at the edges of the doorway, not to escape, but to pull me through, to become me again, to re-enter the world through the only vessel still capable of containing memory. I kept drawing. The glyph was nearly complete. The sigils throbbed, roots above writhed, as if strangling themselves. The crag-hide troll let out a rumble, a sound like stone being torn apart beneath miles of pressure. Then came the final line, and it would not come. My hand froze. My mind rebelled, because to finish it, I had to surrender the one memory I had not dared revisit. The scream, not mine, Lena's, my assistant. My friend, she had followed me down into the initial dig site that morning when the instruments first picked up the anomalous readings. She had hesitated at the edge of the shaft, and I'd convinced her to descend, promised it was safe. I never saw her again, only her flashlight. Lying in the mud, the forest took her, and I let it, because the data was too promising. To abandon, the glyph flared angrily. Rejecting the incomplete seal, the fog surged in answer, rushing toward me, filling my mouth, my eyes, my lungs, showing me Lena's fall over and over, until the memory became part of the earth itself. And then, through the smoke, a shape, Lena, not whole, but not broken either, a shadow draped in light. Her voice faint, "It's okay. Let me be the memory. You go." My tears fell freely now. I etched the last line. The glyph ignited. The chamber shook violently, fissures opening across the membrane, light flooding from the heart root like molten gold. The crag-hide troll roared, not in pain, but in something older, grief. Hammond collapsed, roots retreating from his form as if disgusted by his weakness, and the veil began to close. One by one, the false selves shrieked and faded, absorbed back into the swirling dark. The fog screamed with them. And then the air was clear. The glyph, glowing white-hot, began to crack, and I knew this seal would not last. But it would hold for a time, long enough for someone to find what I had left behind, long enough for the forest to forget my face. The forest was no longer silent, but it spoke in a language that felt like breath caught between worlds, whispers that seemed to seep up from the very soil beneath my feet, curling around my ankles and rising in tendrils to caress my skin. The air was thick with the scent of damp moss and something else, a sharp tang that reminded me of iron and rot, as if the earth itself was bleeding old wounds. The fog was thinning, but its retreat was no kindness. It was a shroud pulled back, only to reveal what lurked beneath, the shadows it had hidden in plain sight. I stumbled from the chamber, each step echoing hollow and strange, as if the forest had rearranged itself in the brief moment. Now to been inside, the trees bent differently, the roots twisted in shapes that my mind tried and failed to understand. Above me, the canopy was fractured, patches of sky torn open to reveal a bruised twilight that made the shadows deepen and stretch like long fingers. A sound caught my attention, a faint rustling, not from the wind, but from something moving just beyond my vision. Under the broken limbs and fallen leaves, I turned slowly, heart hammering, but saw only the slow dance of shadows between the gnarled trunks. I thought I glimpsed movement, something massive and sinewed slipping just beyond a tangle of brambles. But when I blinked, it was gone. The forest held its breath again. I tried to will my voice to break the silence, but it emerged as a hoarse whisper, lost quickly to the mist. "Is anyone there?" I called, but the fog swallowed the sound whole. It was as if the woods were playing a game, watching me with unseen eyes, letting me wander just far enough to feel the pull of danger. Then, withdrawing again, the crag-hide troll had vanished, but its presence lingered in the weight of the air and the scent of crushed stone. I could feel the earth's memory in every fiber of my skin, the grinding of rock, the crack of splintering wood, the low guttural growls that vibrated through the ground. Somewhere beneath the surface, roots throbbed with a sinister pulse, echoing the heartbeat of a colossal creature that never truly slept. I reached the edge of the clearing, where the first tendrils of fog curled like smoke around the base of ancient oaks, and there, etched into the bark of the largest tree, was a symbol, simple yet unmistakably familiar. The same glyph I had drawn inside the chamber, but weathered and twisted by time and decay. It was a mark of warning, or perhaps a curse. My fingers traced the rough bark, feeling the grooves of the sigil, and an icy shiver ran down my spine. The whispers rose again, voices barely audible but unmistakably human, speaking in a language I could not understand, but that felt like a plea or a warning. I took a step back, the forest closing in around me like a tightening noose. The fog thickened, swallowing the clearing in a soft, suffocating embrace. Somewhere in the distance, a low roar shattered the quiet, the sound of stone striking stone, a reminder that the crag-eyed troll was still watching, still waiting, and I was still alone. Story 3. The forest was dead silent when I found the footprints, bare, human, and fresh, leading into the fog like a breadcrumb trail into madness. I remember the exact moment the sound died. Not faded, not softened, but vanished, like a door slamming shut on the world. I thought I knew. It was as if someone had stuffed cotton into my ears, or more unnervingly, as if the very air around me had grown dense and unwilling to carry vibration. The rustle of branches, the distant warble of thrushes, the insect drone that had accompanied my hike all morning, gone in an instant. The stillness pressed against my skull with a weight that was almost physical, and in its place came a strange awareness, a taut string of dread humming beneath my skin. I paused on the narrow, winding trail that twisted through the northern reach of the White Mountains, deep into the oldest bowels of Cinderhill's forgotten woodlands. The trees grew differently here. Taller, darker, their bark gnarled like scar tissue, and their limbs curled like arthritic fingers stretching out to catch the light, which filtered through the canopy in thin, wan shafts, casting everything beneath into an eerie half-twilight. I crouched, heartbeat slowing, despite the unease, and brushed my fingers against the prints. The soil was moist and cool, slightly spongy with layers of decomposing pine needles and damp rot. The scent sharp and fungal. The footprints, clearly human, had an unsettling clarity to them. Each toe was distinct, each heel mark sharp. The weight distribution too detailed to be old or washed out, and they were bare, completely bare, which meant someone was walking out here, alone without boots or even sandals on terrain laced with thorns, rocks, and hidden root clusters that could snap an ankle with ease. It made no sense. They led forward, deeper into the fog, in a direction I hadn't intended to take. My route, carefully plotted back at the university office weeks before, was mapped by satellite and marked with GPS tags. My equipment prepped meticulously. I was here to research Cinderhill's woodland folklore, the dead zones, the unnatural silences, the old settler legends of vanished travelers and so-called thresholds. But I wasn't here to chase ghost stories. That was always the line I told myself. Yet, something about the silence, about those footprints, had wormed into me. There was a feeling, not quite dread, but not curiosity either. An involuntary pull, like gravity, had subtly shifted and was urging me to follow. I stood, brushing the damp soil from my palms. The mist was gathering low and thick, an ethereal blanket that clung close to the earth, rising up around my ankles like smoke from a slow-burning fire. Visibility was rapidly deteriorating, though it was still mid-afternoon by my watch. I lifted my phone, flicked on the flashlight, and immediately regretted it. The beam, instead of illuminating the trail, revealed the fog's density, how it boiled in place, how it caught the light and refracted it back with a soft, pearlescent shimmer that felt far too alive. Worse, the footprints were continuing, fresh ones, appearing just ahead, as if someone unseen was walking the path mere seconds before me. No sign of direction change, no sound of footsteps, nothing but the impenetrable hush and the trail winding onward like a beckoning finger. I hesitated, longer than I care to admit. I'm not a coward by nature. I've traversed jungles, cave systems, and Arctic bluffs in the pursuit of ancient myth. But there was something here I couldn't parse. A presence, maybe, an expectation. The air tasted metallic, almost like old blood. My scalp prickled under my damp hair, and my skin broke out in goose flesh, despite the warmth of my flannel. And still, I followed. The trail narrowed and the trees closed in. I noticed then that the forest floor was oddly undisturbed aside from the prints. Not a single broken twig, not a branch snapped underfoot. It was as though the person had floated just above the ground, save for the impossibly clear impressions. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps it was an illusion caused by the fog, or maybe some strange meteorological effect. But it was flimsy reasoning, and I knew it. Something was off. I passed an old boundary marker, half swallowed by ivy. Nothing but a splintered post with a rusted iron ring embedded in its crown. The sort early settlers used to designate hunting territories. It shouldn't have been here. My maps showed no such marker. No indication of early colonist claims in this section of the park. I reached out, touched the ring. It was ice cold, and the moment my fingers met it, A soft gust of air blew past me. Despite the oppressive stillness, I spun around. The trail behind me was gone. No footprints, no path, only trees, dense and unyielding, and the mist thicker than ever, swirling in slow, deliberate patterns, as though stirred by unseen hands. Panic flirted at the edges of my mind, a sick, fluttering sensation behind my ribs. But I choked it back. I was a man of logic, of pattern recognition and empirical evidence. Hallucinations could be explained. Dehydration, fatigue, even subtle gas leaks in enclosed biomes could trigger sensory disturbances, but this was too coordinated, too intentional. I pressed forward, compelled now, not by curiosity, but by necessity. The footprints continued, and they were all I had. I passed through a section where the trees arched overhead, like a cathedral, their limbs tangled high above, to blot out the sky entirely. The air was so thick, I could hear the moisture dripping from leaf to leaf, each drop amplified in the silence, as though echoing in a cave. The ground felt sloped now, though I couldn't tell whether I was climbing or descending. A pressure began to build behind my eyes, a dull throb that pulsed in rhythm with my footsteps. Then came the smell. It was subtle at first, masked by the usual forest odors, decay, damp moss, fungal spores, but soon it pushed through with horrible clarity. Sweet, cloying, unmistakable, rote, not the earthy rote of dead leaves or animal scat, but something more intimate, more organic, human, perhaps, the kind of rote that invades the sinuses and coats the back of the throat, making you taste it every time you breathe. The footprints deepened. They began to overlap, to smear slightly at the edges, as if the gait had become uneven. The person was stumbling now, or dragging one foot. I began to see faint impressions beside the prints, long, irregular grooves, like something being pulled, though I could find no evidence of a body or object. I stopped at a clearing, not wide, maybe 30 feet across, but the fog hung heavier here, and the trees around its perimeter leaned inward as though eavesdropping. At the center stood a stone, tall, jagged, not quite natural. A marker? A cairn? Its surface was slick with moss, but beneath the green veil were carvings, deep gouges in the shape of teeth. That was when I heard the breath. Not my own. It came from just beyond the stone. A low, rasping exhale like bellows, drawing in wet fabric. It was followed by another step. Just one, then nothing. The air thickened until I could feel it, pressing against my eardrums. The silence had become alive again, and it wasn't alone. I should have run. I should have turned back, screamed anything to remind myself I was still human. Instead, I stepped into the clearing, and the footprints, impossibly, continued ahead. I don't remember taking the next step. I only know that I did, because the mist peeled open like old curtains, revealing what lay beyond the stone. A second clearing, larger, stranger. The moment I crossed some unseen threshold, the quality of the air shifted again, now damp not with fog, but with a heavy stillness that hung low to the ground. Clinging to the legs like oil, the light dimmed further, though the sun had not yet set, and there, carved into the earth with unnatural precision, was a spiral of bones. They were arranged in careful, obsessive order. Deer vertebrae, bird skulls, long femurs from creatures I couldn't immediately identify, all bleached pale and glinting faintly under the smothered light. At the center was a single stone, flat-topped and dark, stained, with something too red to be rust, and too thick to be paint. But it was not the bones that stopped me. It was what they surrounded, a symbol scratched deep into the earth. Within the spiral's heart was a wide, jagged circle lined with triangular notches. Teeth, I realized, a maw. It looked crude, childlike in execution. Yet the longer I stared, the more the edges seemed to blur and twitch, as though the lines themselves were breathing. The diary. God. The diary was still in my pack. I yanked it free, hands trembling, and flipped through pages until I found the one I hadn't wanted to believe. Spirals mean it's close. Spirals mean it sees you. Do not stay in the spiral. I turned in place, already stumbling backward from the edge. But as I did, I saw something that made my breath freeze in my chest. New footprints. Not mine, not the same ones I had followed in. These were different. Wider, heavier, sunken deep into the forest floor, like someone or something immense had stepped down with slow, deliberate weight, and they weren't coming from the woods. They were emerging from the spiral. Each print was surrounded by a sickly discoloration in the soil, a bruise upon the earth itself. Faint traces of viscous fluid gleamed in the indentations, like something left behind a rot slick trail. The footprints curved toward me, and I realized I could smell it again, that fetid sweetness, stronger now, like rotted fruit left too long in the sun. I backed up into the trees, trying to calm the panic clawing at my throat, and stepped on something brittle. A twig? No, too soft. I looked down and saw the crushed remains of a squirrel, its body desiccated, fur mottled and peeling in clumps, eyes sunken into sockets filled with black mold. It had been dead for a while, but it hadn't been there before. When the spiral clearing was now behind me, somehow, without turning, I had moved through it. I spun around and saw the stone again. Closer now. The bones shifted slightly, though there was no wind. The moss on the rocks writhed like it was breathing. I could no longer hear my own heartbeat, my own breath, or even the crunch of my footsteps. The silence had changed. It wasn't just absence now. It was replacement. Something that pressed down on every sound before it could be born. A suppression. I ran. Branches slapped my face. Roots grabbed at my boots. My flashlight flickered and dimmed, the LED stuttering, despite a fresh battery. Trees rushed past, but never truly changed. Somehow, I kept finding the same twisted birch, with its bark slashed in an X, the same leaning pine with scorched moss clinging to its base. The spiral had moved inside me, or I had never left it. Time felt fluid, space warped. My limbs ached with each step, muscles screaming as though I'd been running for hours, not minutes. Eventually, I collapsed. The forest didn't open into another clearing. It simply stopped. The trees parted into a wedge of lightless space. A narrow ravine of stone and root, a dry creek bed perhaps. Choked with leaf rot and silt, I sat against a boulder, catching shallow, panicked breaths, and only then noticed what lay at my feet. A shoe, mud-streaked, torn, child-sized. Inside, it was something unspeakable. Not a foot, not anymore, blackened, bloated, fused to the fabric by strands of sinew that still pulsed faintly with some obscene memory of life. I turned away and vomited into the moss. And then I saw the tree. It stood alone across the ravine, a massive oak, split down the center, like a wound. Its bark was stripped in long vertical ribbons, and embedded into its hollowed trunk were more bones, pressed into sap like insects in amber. A ribcage jutted from its side, a jawbone grinned just beneath a tangle of ivy, and carved across the inside curve of the hollow, scrawled in what I knew was no paint, were the words, "It is hungry. It never sleeps." I screamed, but there was no sound. Nothing, not even the echo of my own voice. I was entirely, impossibly, alone, and something was watching from behind the oak. It moved when I blinked. The thing behind the oak. No, not a thing. A suggestion. A trembling patch of air, darker than shadow, shifted in that blink of absence, and the forest around me seemed to lean toward it in shared anticipation. I froze, too afraid to breathe, eyes locked on the space where the blackness wavered just out of clarity, as if my mind refused to fully shape it. Not a creature, not yet, but presence, a will, something that wanted to be seen, but only when it chose to be. The air around it shimmered, and the silence pressed tighter, like fingers wrapped around my throat. I could feel its gaze, not in the way you sense someone watching, but in the way you feel heat on your skin before the fire roars to life. A prelude, a warning, still no sound, not even my breath. I stumbled backward into the ravine, heart lurching as the dead leaves failed to crunch beneath my feet. The absence of sound was maddening, each movement a pantomime in some hellish mime's performance. I tried to speak. Nothing. I tried to scream again, pushing my vocal cords to the edge of rupture, but the silence devoured it all before the air could vibrate, and the blackness behind the tree pulsed. It was coming into focus, now, piece by unwilling piece. First, a glisten of moisture, oily and dark, like the slick flesh of a drowned animal. Then a curve, a rounded bulk that shifted as though swollen from within. And then the teeth. They weren't clean or symmetrical. They were yellowed, rotted, jagged like broken masonry, jutting from a split in its mass that might have been a mouth or a wound or both. They were set too wide, too low, too many, and yet they moved, twitching, clicking, grinding against each other in a gesture so intimate and invasive it made my stomach clench. The rotted maw. That was what the diary had called it, buried halfway through. Scribbled in a frantic hand. Don't say its name aloud. Don't let it hear you. If you see the maw, you've already gone too far. I stumbled away, slapping blindly at the undergrowth, eyes fixed on the space where the shape had begun to emerge. But when I looked again, it was gone. Only the silence remained. And then a sound, not from around me. From inside me, a deep, low thrum, like the growl of something waking in the marrow of my bones. It rattled my ribs. It made my teeth ache. And over it, like a whisper etched into glass, you followed the footprints. I turned and ran, not knowing where I was going. Just away. Away from that tree, from the spiral, from the voice that wasn't a voice. Branches slashed at my arms. Roots caught my boots, but I didn't fall. I couldn't afford to fall. The air was vibrating now, subtly, like it was full of static. I could feel it on my tongue, like metal shavings. Eventually, I burst into another clearing, this one wider, flatter, marked by the ruins of a foundation, long swallowed by the forest, broken stones, moss-covered steps, and what might once have been a cellar entrance. Its doors now little more than rotted slats wedged in black mud. I dropped to my knees, chest heaving with breathless panic, and for a single blessed second, I thought I heard something real, a whisper of wind. The silence fractured just long enough for the trees to shudder, their leaves rustling like dry paper. And then I saw the writing, carved into the stones, dozens of times, in different hands, scratched with nails, blades, bones. The same word repeated over and over. Sorry. My head spun. I felt my balance shift. The light, what little filtered through the trees, was changing, growing dimmer, redder, as if the sun were setting in the wrong direction. I checked my watch. The screen was cracked. The numbers blinked. Nonsense. I should have turned back. But the footprints were here again. Bowl, fresh, and they led down into the cellar. The door creaked open before I touched it, not with noise, of course, but with motion, a soft pull inward, as if welcoming. The air that escaped was wet, not just damp. Wet, like breath exhaled from drowned lungs. It hit my face with a moist slap, warm and foul and full of copper. And beneath it all, the silence began to vibrate again. You're close now. The door opened, not with sound, but with the suggestion of sound. An imagined groan felt deep in the chest, as if my ribs remembered what my ears could no longer perceive. The cellar mouth yawned before me, slick with rot. The steps down veiled in a darkness that seemed to absorb what little light the forest dared to lend. I stood there for a long moment, breathing shallowly through my shirt to keep out the stench, which reeked of mold, rust, and something far more organic, like meat left in a metal bucket under a black sun. The diary was still in my pack, wedged tight between waterlogged notebooks, and crushed trail mix. I fumbled it open, fingers shaking. A page fluttered free. No number, just a single line written in a childlike scrawl. Once it knows your name, it will make you say it back. The ink was smeared, as if the page had been wept over. The footprints led downward. I stepped inside. The air changed immediately, not colder, but denser. Like stepping underwater, each breath felt labored, resisted, as though the very oxygen was reluctant to be drawn. My flashlight flickered once, then steadied. The walls were slick stone, curved inward like a gullet. Veins of black fungus, tracing upward in spidery branches. Water dripped somewhere, but I heard none of it. Only the sensation of wetness against my skin, the oppressive presence of water-soaked silence. The steps descended deeper than they should have. I counted 20, then 40, then lost track entirely as they twisted and turned, doubling back, coiling downward like a helix. At some point, the stone gave way to flesh, or something like it. The floor beneath my boots grew soft, spongy. I felt each step sink slightly, and when I lifted my foot, a thin filament of reddish slime stretched like saliva between shoe and ground. There were more bones here, embedded in the walls, arranged like decorations, jawbones and femurs, phalanges and clavicles, all fused to the stone by threads of yellowed resin. Faces, or fragments of them, were carved into the bones, mouths agape, eyes gouged out, each one screaming in perfect, frozen silence. I reached the bottom and found a door, not made of wood or stone, but of something darker, leathery, and stretched taut. Like hide left to dry. It pulsed faintly, as if breathing. There was no handle, only an indentation, palm-sized, smeared with old black ichor. Something inside me rebelled. Every instinct clawed at my mind to run, go back, forget. But my body betrayed me. I reached forward, pressed my hand into the hollow. It was warm. The door shivered beneath my touch and peeled open vertically, splitting like a wound. The room beyond was circular, low-ceilinged, and lined with mirrors, old, mottled, and warped. They reflected not the room, not entirely, but flickering shapes behind me. Things that shifted when I looked away. My own reflection stared back with two wide eyes and a mouth that twitched out of sync with my own movements. At the center of the chamber was a pedestal, and on it, a mask, bone white, with hollow eyes and a vertical slit for a mouth, ringed in teeth, not carved, but real, human, maybe child-sized. The moment I stepped into the chamber, the oppressive silence deepened into something worse, a suffocating vacuum that made me feel like my lungs had been scooped clean. I gasped reflexively, but it was like breathing dust. The mask looked at me. No movement, no eyes, but it looked undeniably. And then I heard it again, this time inside my skull. Put it on. I shook my head, took a step back. Put it on. The voice was mine this time, layered beneath others. Dozens of them, hundreds, all overlapping and tangled, like something mimicking humanity. without quite understanding it. The mirrors around me began to ripple. My reflection smiled. I did not. I turned to flee. But the doorway was gone, sealed behind me. I hadn't even heard it close. The mask vibrated. A soft hum in the floor, through my feet, into my spine. It was hungry. It wanted to be worn. The diary fell from my pack. It landed open on the floor beside the pedestal. Another line, hastily scribbled. If you wear the maw, it can't find you, but you will see what it sees. My hand moved on its own. I screamed inside my skull, but there was nothing to stop it. I picked up the mask. The teeth were real. The slit was wet. It smelled like the spiral had smelled. Iron, fungus, old breath. The last thought I had before the mask touched my face was this: what if I've already put it on and just don't remember taking it off? And then the world went dark. It was not like putting on a mask. It was like sinking beneath flesh, like the soft, wet pop of slipping a limb into something still alive. The moment the maw touched my skin, it clung, not with straps or pressure, but with hunger. My face became a wound, and the mask was the scab. For a split second, I felt everything: the spiral, the tree, the bones, the silence, and then impossibly, beyond, things I wasn't meant to see, things no one was. And then it showed me. The mirrors did not reflect me anymore. They reflected what the maw saw, the forest, from above, but not sky view, meat view, something impossibly tall, towering through the trees, as though they were blades of grass. Its body, a swollen column of fused limbs and melted torsos, stitched together by sinew and split open with grinning mouths. Some of those mouths whispered, some only screamed. One mouthed my name, over and over, lips wet with rot. The ground below was riddled with holes. Sinkholes, I thought at first. Then I realized they were mouths too, dug into the earth like canker sores, ringed with bones and lined with soft, pulsing muscle. The forest floor was not soil. It was skin, and the maw was inside it. I stumbled backward. The chamber spun. Every mirror now shimmered with different angles. Memories, maybe, or echoes. One showed me leaving my car at the trailhead. Another showed me sleeping in my tent, the shadow of something huge outside the canvas. Another showed Professor Wright, the man who had written the diary, his face bloodied, fingers torn, whispering something into a rock, as if it could record his final thoughts. His eyes were wide, not with fear, with guilt. The silence inside the mask was different, not absence, but filter. It allowed some things in, only what it wanted. I could hear breathing now, just not mine. Weight, heavy inhalations, like something drawing in the scent of me. A flicker in the corner of the mirror. A figure, small. A child, pale and naked, walking backward through the trees. Her eyes were black pits, and her mouth moved in reverse. I tried to listen. The words scraped against the inside of the mask like claws. He eats the memory first, I ripped the mask off. It did not want to go. The teeth clung to my skin, drawing blood, and the slit hissed like a venting wound, but I tore it free and flung it against the wall. It didn't hit. It sank into the mirror, vanishing with a ripple. My breath returned in a ragged gasp, and the silence flooded back in too fast, like a wave crashing over the edge of hearing. The chamber was whole again, empty, still. Then I heard it. Real sound. A footstep behind me. I turned slowly. Not because I was brave, but because something in me had given up resisting, and there, in the doorway that should not have reopened, stood the child from the mirror. No, not a child, a puppet. Her skin was pale and translucent, stretched over a frame of sticks and sinew. Her limbs jerked, like they were being yanked by invisible strings. Her head tilted. Her mouth opened, and she exhaled the silence. It poured from her like smoke, a cloud of dead air that washed over me and stripped the world of all sense. My eyes still worked. I could see her moving, but the pressure in my skull was unbearable. Thoughts bled out through my nose. My knees hit the floor. I tasted copper. Then she spoke. You let it in. Her voice was not hers. It was mine. It was Wright's. It was everyone who had worn the mask. You wore it. You saw. Now it sees you. The mirrors shattered, not into shards, into teeth. Each one sharpened into a fang, clattering to the ground around me in a circle. I crawled through them, blood streaming from my face, hands shredded. The exit was open now, a long corridor, lit by the pulsing red of something deep within the stone. I didn't care where it led. I ran. The tunnel narrowed, choked with roots and bone. The walls wept black liquid that hissed against my skin. I passed chambers filled with whispering figures, people sewn together at the mouths, writhing without sound, their eyes full of stories I didn't dare read. One of them reached for me. It was Wright. His mouth had been torn open far too wide, the jaw unhinged, hanging by strands of tendon. But his eyes were lucid. He mouthed a single word, cliff, and then he was gone, swallowed by the roots. I don't know how long I ran. When time had no hold in that place, but eventually the tunnel curved sharply upward, and I burst out into open air. Night had fallen. The stars above were wrong. Too many. Too red. The trees leaned in strange directions. But I knew this place, the cliff's edge, where the footprints had ended. Only now, they didn't end. They began, and they were mine. The stars bled overhead. Red pinpricks, carved into a sky that seemed more skin than firmament, pulsating gently with an ancient breath. My breath caught in my throat as I stared down at the cliff's edge where the footprints began, their shape identical to mine, bare and recent, pressed into damp moss and lichen that clung to the rock like scabs on the world's edge. I staggered back, heart rattling against the cage of my ribs, and turned expecting the forest to give me answers. But It gave me only trees, rows upon rows of them, too tall, too narrow, trunks slick with condensation that smelled faintly of rusted teeth and spoiled milk. The canopy above hung like mold-riddled drapery, drooping with something viscous that dripped in slow intervals. One, then two, then silence. I reached up and wiped the sludge from my face, and the substance clung to my fingers, warm and granular, like wet ash. I didn't know which direction to go. My compass had cracked sometime in the descent. My phone was dead, or worse. Its screen glowed faintly with a lock screen I didn't recognize, showing a photograph of a house I'd never seen, with my silhouette in the upstairs window. I threw it into the trees, somewhere behind me. Something whispered. I spun, flashlight beam slicing through the trees, but there was nothing, no wind, no insects, just the oppressive hush that filled every pocket of space, like a tomb sealed centuries ago. I couldn't even hear my own heartbeat now. The silence was tightening again, like a net. I moved, not out of bravery, but fear of standing still. The forest floor felt thinner than it had before, the loam slick and warm, as though the earth was exhaling heat in long, damp breaths. Every few steps, I'd sink slightly, just enough to notice. The trees closed in the farther I walked. Bark stretched taut and twitching when I brushed against it, as if I'd touched muscle rather than wood. I followed no trail. There was none, only the sense that I had to go forward, deeper, as if something had drawn a straight line from the cliff to my skull, and was slowly pulling me along it. I stumbled over roots that pulsed faintly beneath my boots, and past a boulder that bore fresh scratch marks, long and parallel, etched into stone like claw marks left by something with fingers. Then, ahead, the trees parted, a clearing, and in the center, a house. I stopped dead. It was the house from the phone, no doubt. Weather-beaten, shingled, sagging at the roofline, windows dark, but not empty. The front door hung open, not swinging, just waiting, mouth agape. Smoke curled from the chimney, thin and reedy, barely visible against the starless dome above. The scent hit me then, burned hair, cinnamon and something sweetly rotten. I approached. Each step felt heavier, not physically, but emotionally, like trudging through grief. The porch creaked underfoot, a single note in the all-consuming silence. I crossed the threshold. The moment I did, the noise returned, but not all of it. A clock ticked. A chair creaked. Somewhere upstairs, a single breath was being drawn over and over, as if someone was stuck in the moment right before they screamed. I called out, but my voice didn't leave my throat. It died there. I felt it clawing at my vocal cords, like a trapped insect, but nothing emerged. I stepped into the living room. The walls were covered in photographs, all black and white, all of me sleeping, eating, teaching, each taken from a different angle, through windows, across streets, sometimes behind me, in classrooms I swore were empty. And in every photo, there was always something else, barely visible. behind me, in the shadows. Watching. I turned from the photos, bile rising in my throat. There was a staircase. Something moved at the top of it, a shape, low to the ground, dragging itself with a rhythm like weeping. It paused, just before I could see it fully. And then it laughed. No sound. Just the sensation of laughter, like being mocked in your own mind. I took a step toward the stairs, and the laughter stopped in its place. A voice, thin, familiar. "Joshua," it breathed. It was my mother's voice, but my mother was dead. Had been for years. "Come upstairs," she said. Tenderly, lovingly, I turned to flee, but the door had vanished. The walls stretched, the house groaned. Not from wood, but from breath. I ran through the kitchen. The oven door hung open, the inside blackened and filled with hair. The sink dripped something that looked too dark to be water. I passed a mirror and caught a glimpse of my face. Gaunt, hollow-eyed, the mask still there. I touched my skin. Nah, not the mask. My face had become the maw. I screamed. My voice worked this time, ragged and guttural, but I could not stop. The scream went on and on like it had been waiting, dammed behind my teeth, and beneath the scream, I could feel something answering it, from the floorboards, from the walls, from inside my bones. And then, all at once, the silence rushed back in, choking the sound into nothing. I fell to my knees. Something touched the back of my neck. Not a hand, a tongue, and from the ceiling above came a whisper, "Let me in." The whisper uncoiled in the air behind me, like a thread of smoke made flesh, curling into the hollow of my ear, burrowing deeper, not just into hearing, but into memory, warping it as it spread. "Let me in," it said again, not with insistence, but inevitability, not a request. A truth had been too late to avoid. The tongue against the back of my neck receded slowly, slick with rot sweet mucus. I didn't dare move at first, too afraid I'd feel the mouth it belonged to still open, yawning just behind me. But the air had cooled, and with it came the ache of silence, so thick now it seemed to press against my teeth, a pressure that filled every hollow place inside me. I turned. Nothing. Only the living room again, twisted by something subterranean, walls warped into soft curves, floorboards now subtly ribbed beneath my hands, as though I knelt on the underside of something's tongue. The furniture had collapsed into heaps, sagging like discarded organs, and the photos on the wall bled quietly from their frames, the ink running in long red lines down the plaster like tears. I stumbled forward. But the hallway had lengthened, stretched. It no longer led toward the kitchen. It bent downward, into the floor, as if the house had grown tired of pretending to be structure, and had begun to reveal its true anatomy. The light bulbs hanging from the ceiling burst one by one as I passed beneath them, not with a pop, but with a squelch, as if they were pustules rather than glass. I followed the corridor, because there was no other way. The deeper I went, the more the walls breathed, not metaphorically. Breathed. With each step, the wallpaper flexed outward and inward, sighing damply, the stench of decay and mildew intensifying, until it clung to the inside of my nostrils like a fungus. The silence had become rhythmic, pulsating in time with the house's breath. My own heartbeat no longer felt like my own. It had fallen into sync with something deeper, slower, older, and still, the voice came. Joshua. Down. Always down. It wasn't my mother's voice anymore. It was something older, something trying to wear her, to mimic her comfort with the uncanny grace of a rotting marionette. Every syllable felt too slow, as if echoing up through a long throat. At the end of the tunnel, the hallway opened into a chamber, and I say chamber because there is no other word that fits what I saw. A dome of meat and bone, glistening with mucus sheen, a cathedral of the body pulsing with wet life. The walls were stitched together from layers of fibrous muscle, and veins pulsed visibly beneath the surface, blue-black and twitching. In the center, an altar, but not an altar for worship. An altar for offering. Bones lay stacked around it, human, some fresh, others brittle with age, and atop the altar, soaked in what I first thought was shadow, lay another mask, but not like the maw I'd worn before. This one was clean, pristine, carved from ivory or bone, etched with symbols I'd seen in Wright's diary, but never dared to speak aloud. Its mouth was sewn shut with threads of hair. Its eye sockets were empty. But watching, I stepped closer. My breath came ragged. The silence clawed at my ears. Something in the chamber shuddered. A spasm of movement from behind the altar, as though the walls themselves had flexed in approval. I reached out. My fingers trembled. The mask called to me in the same way a cliff does when you're too tired to stand. It promised an end or a beginning. The silence whispered in my bones, "Put it on, see what I see." I hesitated, and then the altar spoke, not with words, with mouths. From the bone pile, a head rose, not attached to a body, just the head, dragged upward by tendons that snaked out of the floor like roots. Its jaw lolled open. It was right. The real one, or what was left. His eyes were gone, sockets, weeping black tears. "Don't," he croaked. "Not this one. You'll never come back." Behind him, the wall opened, not a door, a wound, a vertical slit of wet, trembling tissue peeled back to reveal a tunnel of pink muscle and clenching rings of sphincter-like muscle stretching into darkness. A low moan escaped it, long and hollow. The mask pulsed. The voice spoke again. Now in my voice, "Joshua, down. Always down." I snatched the mask. I didn't put it on. Instead, I ran, not through the wound, not into the tunnel of flesh. I turned, sprinted back up the hall. But the house shifted, the floor split beneath me, and I fell. not far, but wrong. Gravity tilted, and I was sliding through a chute of slick tissue. The mask clutched to my chest, the whisper growing louder. "Joshua, we see you now." I landed hard. Another room. Smaller. A nursery. Walls lined with cribs, each filled not with infants, but with curled, rotting corpses. Dozens of them, all of them wearing the same mask. The one I held, immobile, spun slowly above. Made from bones and teeth, it played no song, but in my head I heard a lullaby, one my mother used to hum. I screamed, but again, the sound died in my throat, and from beneath one of the cribs, something began to crawl out. The thing slithering out from beneath the crib was neither child nor corpse, though it shared the shape of both. Its limbs were rubbery and wet, bending the wrong way as if it had been assembled in the dark by hands that had never held a body before. Fingers too long, too many joints, and a head that twitched as if listening to some music only it could hear. It made no sound as it pulled itself into the room, only the slick, nauseating rasp of flesh dragging across flesh, and the wet slap of bone on wood. I stumbled backward, but the nursery gave me no escape. The walls closed behind me like eyelids, sealing with a mucus squelch, the only light now coming from the gently spinning mobile of teeth overhead, casting shadows that danced like hands over every surface. The cribs vibrated softly as if giggling, as if what was inside them recognized me and found my terror delicious. The crawling thing lifted its head. It wore the same mask I held in my shaking hand, but on it the mask had fused, sunk into its face, the bone threading with skin. From behind the seams of the mask, something black dripped thick and slow, like sap from a dying tree. It opened its mouth, and inside was not a tongue, but a pit, a void. I could see nothing but a swallowing blackness, and even without light, I knew it had teeth. It reached toward me. I threw the mask. It hit the creature's chest and clattered to the floor, where it cracked, not shattered, but split clean down the middle like a seed pod. A gust of wind exploded from it, impossibly cold and dry, tasting of burnt paper and dead flowers. The crawling thing recoiled with a shuddering hiss, limbs tucking beneath it like a spider ready to pounce. From the cracked mask, something crawled out, a centipede, no larger than my hand, but with far too many legs. Translucent, veined, glowing faintly from within. It clicked across the floor toward the creature and stopped at its side. Then, slowly, it turned toward me. I ran. The cribs burst open as I moved. Life Duragowns reaching out, grasping, clawing at my legs. I kicked free, stumbled through the only opening left in the room, a hatch in the floor I hadn't seen before, wrenched open with a gust of cold breath. I dropped through it without thinking, landing hard on stone. The air changed, no longer wet, but dry, old, and brittle. I was in a cellar or a tomb. Stone walls oozed moss, and the ceiling arched above me like the inside of a cathedral, long forgotten by light. At the far end of the chamber, a spiral staircase descended deeper into the dark, its steps worn smooth by time, and things that had never been human that didn't want to go down. But I couldn't stay. The hatch above slammed shut, and then I heard it. The centipede's legs clicking on stone. It was following. I ran again down the staircase, each step groaning with age. The air grew colder, the silence heavier. The walls around me began to shift. No longer stone, but flesh again, pale, veined, with translucent patches, where I could see things moving just behind the surface. Something skittered along the edge of my vision, always just out of sight. I reached the bottom. The chamber was vast and circular, lit by a lightless glow, something emitted not by flame or bulb, but by the stone itself, or what appeared to be stone. In the center stood a well, its edges lined with carvings I'd seen in the diary, the language of the maw, the tongue of whatever lay beneath this forest, beneath this reality. The well whispered. It didn't speak in words. It spoke in thoughts. You were always meant to be here. I shook my head. No, I whispered, my voice hoarse and foreign. I'm not part of this. But the well disagreed. It pulsed, and from its depths came a rising sound, not a scream, but the echo of one long past, a scream that had been trapped, buried, left to rot with the dead. The ground beneath my feet vibrated, and lines of blood began to snake outward from the well, forming a symbol beneath me, one I recognized from a page I'd torn from the diary and burned in fear. The rotted maw, its sigil. I backed away, but the blood kept chasing me, as if it were drawing me, sketching my place in the diagram. And then the centipede arrived. It crawled from the shadows, larger now, bloated, its legs clicking like bone dice, its body undulating with a hideous grace. It slithered toward the well, and without hesitation, dropped inside. The silence broke, not with sound, but with sensation. A presence filled the chamber, vast and ancient. The air itself thickened. I fell to my knees as pressure built behind my eyes, my ears, my teeth. And then I heard it. The mouth. It opened below the well. Not metaphorically, but truly, a blackness deeper than death, lined with jagged teeth, hundreds, thousands, each glistening with filth and memory. From within came the smell of my childhood bedroom, the scent of my father's cigarettes, the stench of the morgue where I'd identified my mother's body. It knew me. It had always known me, and it had always been waiting. Joshua, it breathed. Welcome home. I screamed again, but this time, the scream didn't die. It echoed, and from above, the walls began to split open, revealing dozens, hundreds of eyes, watching, blinded, hungry. The eyes blinked in unison, slow, deliberate, as if waking from a centuries-long slumber. Some were small and clouded, some gaping and milk pale, while others were blacker than pitch, and watched without blinking at all. They lined the chamber like festering stars, embedded in the slick walls of flesh and stone, weeping thin trails of dark fluid that hissed when it hit the floor. I crouched low, breath shallow, trembling from the marrow outward. The pressure in the room had thickened again, not with weight, but with knowledge, an awareness that passed through me like a fever, searing the edges of every memory I still clung to. My name, my life, my profession. It all hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of a revelation I didn't want. Something shifted in the darkness below the well, a long, low groan, a sound of something impossibly vast, turning beneath the earth, rumbled up the shaft and rattled my ribs. A rancid wind followed, carrying with it the scent of things that had never seen sunlight. Old blood, burnt hair, iron and oil, and a thick, cloying sweetness that reminded me of spoiled fruit and fresh corpses. And with that wind came something else. Whispers, not voices, exactly, but fragmented thoughts, echoes of minds that had come before mine, some human, some not. They spiraled around me, brushing against my thoughts, like spider legs, each carrying a message, a warning, a question. Why did you come? Did you think the maw wouldn't remember you? We saw you when you opened the book. We see you still. I turned to run. Where? I didn't know. The spiral stair was gone, swallowed by the flesh of the walls. The hatch above was now sealed over like scar tissue. The only direction left was forward toward the well. The sigil beneath me pulsed, glowing with a dull red light, like blood viewed through skin. Each symbol bled into the next, forming a circuit, a trap, or perhaps a key. My footsteps smeared it, but the lines redrew themselves beneath my soles as fast as I could disrupt them. I was part of it now. And then the well spoke. No voice, no whisper, only a feeling, pressed directly into my mind like a hot iron brand. Right. My fingers twitched involuntarily. Something had been shoved into my coat pocket. A pen, not mine. It was carved from some black, porous bone, warm to the touch, vibrating faintly like a living thing. I pulled it free, and immediately the whispering ceased. Silence returned, but not the oppressive kind. It was the silence of held breath, of expectation, of ancient eyes watching and waiting. A parchment lay curled on a pedestal I hadn't seen before. It hadn't been there, but now it was. The paper looked like stretched skin, veined and yellowed, but blank, waiting. Right, the well said again. So I did. My hand moved on its own, guided by something else. The pen bled as I wrote, ink as black as oil, thick and pungent. Symbols poured out of me, not English, not any language I knew, but I understood it all the same. Each line burned itself into my memory as I scrawled, and I felt pieces of myself slough off with every word. Fear, guilt, doubt, all fed to the page like offerings. When I finished, the paper shivered. It curled inward, swallowed itself, and vanished in a puff of bitter smoke. The well inhaled, a sudden draft that sucked the heat from the room, and something climbed up. First, hands, long, skeletal, clawed fingers, dragging bone against stone. Then a face, not human, not fully, skin that looked waterlogged and too tight, stretched over features that didn't quite belong together. The mouth was the worst, jagged, asymmetrical, stretched ear to ear with too many teeth and no lips. It grinned, and I heard my own voice echo from it. "Joshua," it rasped. "The maw remembers." I stumbled backward, but there was nowhere to go. The walls were quivering now, pulsing with excitement, blood flowing through arteries that had begun to glow beneath the skin. The eyes above blinked again, faster now, tracking the creature as it hauled itself fully from the well. It was wearing someone. I recognized the tattered remains of a Park Service uniform. The name tag read, Walker. But it was wrong. The body had been hollowed, puppeted by something that moved it with jerky, hungry grace. It smelled like wet leaves and rotting tongues. Walker didn't believe, the thing said, tilting its head. "Ye bled for us. You, though, you opened the door." I shook my head. "I didn't know. You read. You wrote. And now you belong." It lunged. I threw the black pen, my only weapon. It pierced the thing's chest and sank, vanishing with a wet pop. For a heartbeat, the creature froze, convulsed, and howled, a scream that didn't touch the air, but vibrated through my skull like a siren. The walls screamed with it, the eyes shrieking open, blood spraying from the cracks in the chamber. And from the ceiling, a fissure split. Light poured in, moonlight, real, silver, and clean. Somewhere above, the forest still breathed, still existed, untouched by this hidden world. It was my only chance. I ran, leaping onto the side of the well, using bones and sigils as footholds. The creature below howled again and tried to follow, but the well resisted it, as though it had gotten what it wanted already, me, and had no use for another. I climbed, I don't know how long, minutes, hours, time didn't matter. When I emerged, I was in the ruins of a cabin, not the house I'd entered earlier, but a different place, older, overgrown, and long collapsed. Moonlight filtered through the broken rafters, casting lines across the blood smeared on my hands. The silence followed me. Even here, outside, no crickets chirped, no leaves rustled, no night birds called. Only my heart beat, and the soft, steady sound of footsteps approaching from the trees. The footsteps came first, as a soft crunching, barely audible over the pounding of my heart, and the ragged gasps for air that ripped through my lungs like shards of glass. They didn't belong to any animal I knew. No squirrel or deer, no raccoon or fox, but something heavier, deliberate, slow, and measured, as if each step was chosen to echo in the silent woods. The oppressive silence swallowed all other sound, leaving the thud, thud, thud of those footsteps to roll toward me like a storm. I crouched in the shadows of the broken cabin, the moonlight casting shards of pale silver that barely touched the rotting wood and moss-covered floor. The air was cold and still, thick with the scent of damp earth and decayed leaves, but beneath that was something fouler, something old, like a forgotten grave, left to rot and weep beneath the forest floor. My breath came out in short, visible puffs that vanished almost instantly, swallowed by the unnatural quiet. The footsteps slowed as they neared the cabin, stopping just beyond the broken doorway. I could feel the gaze, something invisible, yet suffocating, like a weight pressing down on my chest. I forced my eyes into the darkness, beyond the shattered frame, searching for any sign of movement, any flicker of life, but saw only the thick fog that clung like a living shroud among the ancient trees. The mist writhed, shifting unnaturally, as though breathing. A long, rattling breath broke the silence. It came from the fog itself, or something hidden within it. The air shifted, and a faint, wet smell reached my nostrils. The scent of decay, rancid and sour, as if something had been dead for weeks but refused to break down. Then a figure stepped forward, tall, too tall to be human, wrapped in ragged, moss-draped clothing that blended into the forest like a part of the shadows themselves. Its movements were jerky but precise, limbs bending at impossible angles. From beneath a hood, I glimpsed a face, if it could be called that, a mass of bloated flesh, stretched tight across a mouthful of jagged, broken teeth, lips pulled back into a grotesque grin. The rotted maw, it moved with a slow, deliberate hunger, eyes locked onto mine with a chilling intelligence. The oppressive silence thickened further, as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting for me to make a move. The creature's breath came in ragged, wet gasps, each exhale spreading the foul stench of rot and death through the air. I knew running was useless. The forest had become a trap, the silence a prison. I was utterly alone and utterly hunted, and yet, as it stepped closer, I found a flicker of resolve, a stubborn flicker in the darkness. I would survive this night, or lose my sanity, trying. The thing's mouth opened, slow and soundless, a black chasm where no tongue moved, no breath stirred, just those jagged, waterlogged teeth, sharp and crooked as splintered driftwood, slick with some dark viscous slime that dripped and hissed as it hit the mossy floor. My legs threatened to give out under me, not from the fear, which was a constant now, but from the sensation of being unmade by its gaze, as if its eyes were peeling back every layer of thought, memory, identity. I turned and bolted into the woods. Branches whipped at my face, like the hands of the forest itself, clawing and tugging, desperate to slow me down, to offer me up. The silence pressed in like a cocoon, absorbing the snap of twigs beneath my feet, the frantic drum of my pulse in my ears. until the only sound that remained was the wet, dragging breath behind me. Never speeding, never stopping. I stumbled upon a clearing I didn't remember seeing on any map. A circle of dead trees, their trunks blackened and hollowed, as if burned from the inside out. In the center, a stone altar sat buried in vines, covered in dried symbols painted in something too dark, too crusted to be simple paint. The diary pulsed in my jacket, like a second heartbeat. Opening the diary again, my fingers shook uncontrollably. The pages now changed. Lines that hadn't been there before slithered across the paper in a trembling hand. It knows you. It wears your scent. You are already marked. My stomach turned to ice. I hadn't written those words, but the ink was still wet. A whisper began, not in my ears but in my mind, low and scraping like wind through a crypt. Incoherent at first, then forming fragments of thought. You let it in. You let it in. Over and over. A litany of blame and prophecy. The altar began to hum. A vibration I could feel in my teeth, drawn forward by something not entirely my own will. I placed a hand on the stone. The moment my fingers touched it, the forest erupted, silent no more, but wailing with the screams of the damned, the trees moaning and cracking, the ground shifting like the breath of something enormous and buried. And from that soil, a hand clawed upward, wrought slick and skeletal. The hand flexed with impossible strength, dragging up the rest of the corpse it belonged to. The rotted maw reborn, but not newly risen. It had never left. It was never buried. It had been waiting beneath the surface of memory, of place, of time. Its body was a mess of bloated limbs sewn together by roots and moss, hollow eye sockets filled with writhing worms, its mouth unhinging wider now, wider than any human skull could allow. I ran again, crashing through underbrush, tearing myself on thorns that pulsed like veins. Hours, or was it minutes, blurred into a timeless fog. I found a path, one that wasn't on any modern map, yet familiar from childhood tales of Cinderhill, the hollow way, where lost things walked and never came back. Holes, my breath fogged the air in front of me as I stepped into that old trail, hearing footsteps echo behind my own. Time unraveled there. The trees bent inward, curving like ribs around a long-forgotten tunnel of bark and bone. Shadows loomed long, and sometimes I saw shapes in them, reflections of myself, twisted, older, staring back with pity or malice. I didn't know which was worse. Something whispered just behind my ear, "You were always meant to be here." I spun, but nothing moved. The silence returned, deeper now, oppressive and total. My thoughts began to echo in strange ways, fragmented, doubled, like I was thinking someone else. Memories. I found another diary. This one, older, smaller, bound in dried leather that cracked like skin. Inside were sketches of the rotted maw, drawn over and over again by different hands, each one more frantic than the last. Names were scrawled beside them, dozens, all crossed out, save one, mine. Madness crept in, around the edges. I could feel my grip on the world loosening, like the last thread of a dream. Trees swayed. Though there was no wind, my skin felt foreign when I blinked. Sometimes I saw another forest entirely, one with black snow and skyless light. Then came the laughter. It didn't come from ahead, nor behind, but from within me, bubbling up like bile. My mouth didn't move, but I heard it, echoing in my bones, my skull. It wasn't mine. It was joyless, hollow, and impossibly old. I fell to my knees in a circle of fungus, glowing faintly green, watching it pulse with my heartbeat. The forest breathed in sync with me now. I knew if I stayed, I would become part of it, roots twining through my spine, my mouth stretching wide to accept the rot. From the fog came movement. Not the maw this time, but others, figures shambling, whispering, heads tilted at odd angles, faces half-rotted or frozen in silent screams. They moved without purpose until they saw me, and then they smiled. They spoke with one voice, a voice that hissed and gurgled. "Come home, Joshua." I backed away, tears in my eyes, knowing their faces. Old professors, lost hikers, names from the diary, all swallowed by the forest, by the silence, by the thing I had awakened. I ran toward the cliff, thinking if I jumped, maybe I'd wake up. Maybe this was all a nightmare that would shatter like glass if I just hit the bottom. But the cliff was gone. In its place was a pit that breathed, a black, endless mouth. The maw stood at its edge, arms outstretched, inviting, open behind it. The forest writhed and roared without sound. My thoughts weren't my own. I could feel them slipping, drowning in the silence that was now a voice whispering endlessly in my skull. And then darkness, not sleep, not death, just darkness, thick and total, folding over me like a wet blanket, smothering my breath, my thoughts, my memories. I didn't scream. I couldn't. The silence had consumed me. The darkness consumed my very being.